Good morning, everyone. Please join us in a salute to the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws, 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2017 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2016, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Mr. Adams. Mrs. Larrier. Here. Mr. Lembrick.
Here.
Mr. McGehee.
Here.
Mayor DeLuca.
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires all public bodies to be open to the public, and whereas Section 7A provides that the governing body has a discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting, and whereas I, this governing body, comply with the provisions of this act, same time to conduct its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, Township of Maplewood does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberation of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by the law, does limit the public to the observations of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings. So moved.
Second.
Mrs. Adams. Mrs. Larrier. Yes. Mr. Lembrick.
Yes.
Mr. McGehee.
Yes.
Mayor DeLuca.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second budget meeting of February 4th, 2017. Today, we're going to deal with the Maplewood Village Alliance and Springfield Avenue Partnership, the Community Coalition on Race, YouthNet, the Finance, Tax, and Sewer Collection, Clerk and Township Committee. We're going to be talking about the Open Space Trust Fund. Then we're going to have lunch. After lunch, we'll do Public Works, Recycling, Engineering, Planning, and Zoning. Tax Assessor will discuss the proposed capital budget, and then we'll discuss revenues, and at the end of the day, there'll be an opportunity for public comment. We also have up on the board that you can email us with a question about the budget at any time after you hear a presenter. Please email us at askthetc, ASKTHETC, at twp.maplewood.nj.us. So askthetc at twp.maplewood.nj.us. You can send us your question or your comment, and we'll get them hopefully addressed by whoever's making the presentation, and move forward. Before we do move onto the budget, I wanted to just mention two things. One is I'm working with Village President Sheena Collum and members of the Clergy Coalition. I'm developing a joint statement on the Muslim ban, the immigration block from different countries. In many ways, it's going to be something that each of us can sign individually, and we're doing it individually so that we can get school board participation and other community groups and clergy members. So this is being drafted by a couple of folks and should be ready to be circulated sometime next week so we can get it going. The second thing I wanted to mention is this morning about 1:30 a.m. A call came into our 911 dispatch that there was a fire at the Avalon Bay apartment complex. The portion that is under construction, which is the rear portion, there was an accident, at least preliminary investigation is still being investigated by the prosecutor's office, Essex County Prosecutor's Office, and they were there looking at the fire scene right now. In any event, there was a fire. The rear portion of the complex was destroyed. This was an area where it was not completed. The front part of the complex that is completed with windows and inside walls and fire sprinklers and fire blocks, as per our negotiations with Avalon Bay, that is still standing, and they will do an assessment as to its habitability. There may be some smoke and water damage that has to be cleaned up. But the rear portion of the building did burn. There's been some comments about Avalon Bay. There was a fire in Edgewater a few years back. After that fire, they did come to us and actually spoke to us and to Princeton and negotiated with us higher standards of building, which required heavier gauge, this may be too detailed, but the heavier gauge piping and sprinkler systems and sprinkling in certain areas that even aren't livable areas, but areas of attics and closets and what have you. And then also some additional fire blocks. So all that was in place and is in place in the building that is completed and was not burnt. The area that was burnt, the section of the property that was burnt, there were no sprinklers, there were no fire blocks completed because that area is still under construction. It was essentially a shell with open windows, and when it was a very cold night and a very windy night, and the fire just took off. So, as I said, there were roughly, the inspectors are there now, but just fighting the fire, there were roughly 130 firefighters from about a dozen fire jurisdictions or more in and around this area, going all the way out to Fairfield and Verona and Union and Newark, and it was just an incredible outpouring of support from our neighboring towns as per our mutual aid agreements. There was one injury, and that was one of our Maplewood firefighters after the fire this morning slipped on ice and hurt his hip and shoulder, and he's being evaluated, but there were no fires, no injuries from the fire. None of the firefighters were injured in fighting the fire, and no one was in the building, so there were no injuries in that regard. So after the prosecutor issues his report, the inspector issues his report, we'll take a look at that, and then we'll meet with Avalon Bay to understand what happened, and before we give permits out again for them to rebuild the portion that was burnt, we will make sure that whatever occurred here won't happen again, or there'll be no situation where this could happen again. So I want to thank our Maplewood firefighters, our police officers. They were out there. It was a very difficult night. It was cold, it was wet, and everyone did a great job, and we protected the buildings around, the New Jersey Transit buildings around, and the completed portion of Avalon Bay. Just one thing while I'm saying this, Mr. Manning, I did get a call from Mr. Nadell from New Jersey Transit. Until they can assure that the transit garage is structurally sound, they wanted to park another 100 cars in the pool parking lot.
First come, first serve.
Yeah, well, that's what I told them. I said, no problem, just go in there and park. So they'll get back to us Monday. They have to assess the ramps, I guess, because there was, that the fire was adjacent to that, so they have to make sure that there's no problem with that. So, okay. And thank you for coming out this morning for the press conference. So first up, we have the Maplewood Village Alliance.
Yeah, that would be under tab 3 towards the back.
Yeah, we had a little problem with this, Mr. Manning. The sheet that's in our book, the revenue portion was folded over and cut out.
Yeah.
So we didn't see that. Do you have new sheets?
I have one copy. I can-
Well, no, it's okay. It's okay.
Did you send us yesterday?
Maybe what we could do is,
John has a copy too.
no, or get, well,
we'll get copies.
the expense, yeah, let's get copies.
Thank you.
Maybe you could talk about some of
Well, the good news about the revenue portion is that the township contribution's unchanged from last year.
Right,
So,
right.
there you go.
Well, we were gonna give you that good news too, so.
We're hoping.
If you would, we did get, we got your budget, but we didn't get a narrative.
You did?
So,
We were going to go through our 2016 annual report. We were also going to go through our 2017 initiatives and then summarize with the budget. So while you're waiting for the budget, how about if we start on, Julie was going to go through the annual report. I'll talk about the initiatives for this coming year, and then we can go over the detailed budget with you.
if you could pick a couple of highlights for 16 and highlights for 17. No, we don't want anybody to read off of the stuff. You know, normally we would have read that already, but so we'll give you a little leeway in reading. but-
We'll give you the bullet points.
Yeah, that's good.
Not a problem.
2016?
Yes. No.
Do you need it?
Yes.
How's that?
I can hear you. It was on before. Here, give that to me. Move it up. Yeah, we'll have the same problem we had last week. Second.
Yeah, you got to move that. Don't move that so much.
Okay,
Good. So
there we go. Okay, good morning. In 2016, the Alliance worked again to support events and promotions, address landscaping and design needs, and most significantly to support economic development, including 2 construction projects in the village, the Claris project at the old post office site and the construction site at 97 Baker Street. Again, we had a number of events, 9 events and promotions during the course of the year. Our signature events, Maplewood Art Walk, Dickens Village, Restaurant Week and Girls Night Out. So Maplewood Art Walk, Dickens Village and Girls Night Out continue to be a smashing success. Restaurant Week, we believe, is getting a little tired. So we're going to be moving away from that in 2017. It does continue to drive a lot of traffic to our website, which is nice, but we think the restaurants and residents may be a little bit done with that event. We supplemented our events to support the village during the construction projects with something called our button promotion, which has been a lot of fun. Anyone seen wearing our small window button receives an on-the-spot gift certificate to one of our local merchants. And we had a shop and stroll holiday event. And we have started a quarterly newsletter. Actually, we're doing it a little more frequently now. We just try to let people who are on our email list know about new merchandise, new items, anything special going on in the village. And we take that opportunity to reinforce where to park when you're coming into the village, especially during construction. And speaking of parking, we worked with the township in 2016 to identify, I actually forget the quantity now, but maybe about 100 new merchant overlay spots. And with the township, we are able to offer merchants free parking permits during construction in an effort to get them to move to these spots, which are on the outskirts of town, freeing up more of the prime parking spots for our visitors. And so those spots are used, I can say, and in addition, that generated a lot of goodwill among the merchants during the construction. So that's been very helpful. And thank you for that. We again issued facade grants. We haven't had a lot of new businesses opening in the last year because we haven't had turnover, which is good news. So we had 2 grants going to Burke's Fine Arts Studio and Palmer Sweetery, one of our new businesses. We also worked with the town on the sidewalk replacement program. With the Claris construction, we're going to be starting to use a new sidewalk paver, brick and pattern that's been picked out. And then as the town is able to capitalize the program, sidewalks will be replaced throughout town. We also continue to fund weekly sidewalk, curb, parking lot cleaning, hosted cleanup and beautification days, our flower pot program, and we have established a beautification task force, which we'll talk more about with our 2017 initiatives. And once again, we used our social media platform to promote our events in the town. And we welcomed 3 new businesses: Maplewood Family Medicine, Retail Therapy, and Into Music Studios. And I'd say that was 2016.
Okay, great.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
No, you have to use the mic.
Use it
People
closer.
at home. Either way.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. The Village Alliance had a good year this year. The post office construction has gone fairly smoothly. And I think the planning and the anticipation regarding this project has worked out very well. I think it's gone smoother than we anticipated it would. And I think that interface with the township and the additional time we've spent on that has been very helpful. For 2017, the construction management and the Claris development still remains our #1 responsibility, we think, in terms of making the village more attractive and maintaining the vibrancy of the existing shops and restaurants there. In addition to that, we're going to be working more on beautification this coming year, because while the construction is underway, we feel that some of the flower pot and planting programs are even more important than ever. I know we talked to you several years ago about the banner program, which was implemented just prior to the construction. We feel that beautification is probably more important now that we're under a construction zone. We're going to maintain a lot of events, promotions, and marketing, as with Girls' Night Out, Art Walk, Dickens Village especially. We are going to rotate away from the restaurant week that Julie mentioned, because it just seems a little bit overused right now. We'll give it a break for a couple of years and come back to it. It has been a very good promotion, but we feel there are other things we need to do this year. And we're also going to be doing some special promotions around the construction and at markers at completion of the construction as we move forward. One of the things that we put on here is our 4th goal was develop a long-term vision for Maplewood Village. Not that there isn't a vision of how all of us in the community think Maplewood Village should be like, but there's been, over the last couple of years, a lot of different directions and a lot of different groups that are focused on different ideas for the village. From the Planning Board, the Economic Development Commission, the Zoning Master Plan, the Historic Preservation Commission, different property owners, merchants, shoppers, residents, and the new work going on around the Maplewood Memorial Library. We feel that the Maplewood Village Alliance should start to interface more with all of these different groups to come up with a more focused plan for what should go on in the village. And this should not be about what goes on next year. This should be more about what's the village like in 10 years, 20 years, maybe 50 years. We talk about parking and all those things as immediate needs. We need to be talking about what's going to happen in 10 to 20 years and what's going to be necessary for the vibrancy of our village. So as opposed to the Maplewood Village Alliance telling everybody what we think it should be, we think we want to convene some of these different groups and really just have a full, frank discussion from the point of view that everybody's coming from and try to come up with what is the correct vision for the village. I don't expect that to be an easy process. I think it's going to need a lot of township interface and, of course, final approval. But I think it's something with the new construction. There's been a lot more interest in the village. There's been a lot more development interest in the village, and I feel like we need to look at that. You have groups that want to do preservation and maintain it exactly the way it is. And then you overlay that against the existing zoning, which is 4 stories and 50 feet, and the two just don't reconcile with each other. So we feel like we need to look at that and have a broader overview that will help us come up with what's really appropriate for the village. So that's our last initiative. And the last thing I wanted to say that Julie alluded to that we've been working on is the sidewalk replacement. Because the Claris construction means that we're going to be replacing several of the sidewalks, and that's going to set the tone for the new sidewalks in the village. And while sidewalk replacement is not a Village Alliance program, it is going to have to be a township infrastructure program. So I just wanted to bring that back on everybody's radar, because come spring and summer, when the new sidewalks get installed, we're going to have some type of program for continuing that throughout the village, or it's going to be a marked contrast with the deterioration of the existing sidewalks. Let me go quickly through the budget. And our budget for 2017 is very similar to what our actual expenses were for 2016. Our budget for 2016 was about $80,577, and we actually spent $86,000, which was over our budget. And the difference in the spending versus the budget had to do with increased donations for benches, and had to do with fundraising and sponsorships for Dickens Village. So while it looks like we spent more money than we had, we actually fundraised from private sources so that we did have a balanced budget, and we're actually carrying over $2,422 to next year's budget that is going to be allocated for Dickens Village expenses of this year. We always have the issue with Dickens Village that it is a December promotion, and we're never able to get all the bills and get everything paid in December for the current year. So there's always money that carries over to the next year. So we are projecting a budget for 2017 of $89,865, which is the $2,422 more than our current expenditures. And we feel that in the current economic environment, we will be able to do the same Dickens sponsorships that we did this past year. And if we find that we don't have those Dickens sponsorships, then our budget will be reduced accordingly. That money over the past couple of years has been spent especially on improving the houses, re-roofing them, painting them, a lot of deterioration that come over time. We feel that we're starting to get in very good stead there. And I'd like to say a special thanks to Ellen Davenport and Rosetta Weiser for all of their hard work on this committee, which has been a real success and a great focal point. In terms of the revenue, we have slightly increased revenue this year because the Claris project has come on board, and we understand there's going to be $3,866 coming into our budget from there. With the carryover from Dickens Village, we're asking the township for the same two contributions that we had last year, which was $1,500 for landscaping and $12,000 for cleaning services. So these are direct payments that just go through the Village Alliance as opposed to coming directly from the township, and we expect to maintain those budget levels. Dickens Village, we are projecting, more sponsorships, so that will be an increased number. And the last item is that there was a township budget contribution last year of $24,000 that was going for additional promos and things related to the construction of the post office site. We spent a little over $7,000 of that money in the first year, and we're asking for the carryover of those additional funds to this coming year, which is $17,000 from the 2016 budget. We're not sure exactly what will be spent. That's going to depend as we go forward, but we are asking for the carryover of those funds. So in summary, let's just see if there's anything else. We talked about the benches, we talked about Dickens, we talked about your contributions. The main thing is there's no request for any additional funds. We're holding things at last year's level, and any of the increases are due to our private fundraising, primarily through Dickens Village, and bench donations. I would say that we have 4 benches that are waiting to be installed, and we'd like to coordinate that with Public Works, as soon as the construction makes that possible, that we've been holding for a year or so at this point. Thank you very much.
Questions?
I have two.
Sure.
And the first has to do with the post office construction supplementary funds. And I see here, both from the chart and in the footnote, that of the 25,000, and the 25,000 came from the township, is that correct?
Yes, 25,000 is an allowance from the township, and we submit kind of invoices towards that on a monthly basis. So,
Right, and it says here that about 7,000 of that has been spent. So, I mean, so first of all, I'd like to commend both of you and your folks for, for being so judicious with that. Obviously, I know it's sometimes hard when we allocate money for people not to spend it. So we appreciate when you don't spend money that you don't need to spend. And I guess my question is that the $17,000 carry forward, then that's just an authorization, I guess, or an allocation so that's not money that's actually going out. That's money that's sort of being held in reserve. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's, I guess that's sort of on paper, but that's not money that we actually expect to spend.
we expect to spend some of that money. Originally, it was thought that the post office construction was going to start much sooner than it did, and that it would have been in the last calendar year completely.
Okay,
And so the reason that you have a lower expenditure up front is that the construction didn't start until much later. And it's going to carry over into 2017. And we anticipate we're probably going to spend more time in 2017 working on it than we did in 2016 as it comes closer to fruition. And we end up doing promotions for like topping off and groundbreaking and things like that.
okay.
I don't anticipate we're going to expend it all, and it's not a re-request. I think it was money that the township allocated last year that just hasn't been spent yet, and that doesn't mean that we intend to spend it all.
Okay, thank you, that's a good clarification.
But it's essentially a budget item you came up with that's going to end up carrying over 2 years as opposed to in that individual year.
And the other question is piggybacking on something that you said, and this is, I apologize, less of a budget question, but more, both of you happen to be here, so I'd like to get your thoughts. And that is, you mentioned parking and sort of the future of parking and thinking ahead not only for the next 6 or 12 months, but moving forward. But do you have any thoughts in terms of the parking situation in the village, particularly with the new building coming in and additional retail? And what are your thoughts about parking in the village and taking not just the short term, but as you said, the long-term view?
I would preface it with a couple of things. I think the reason that we liked the current design for the current post office construction from Claris, or when it was really the design competition that Beyer Blinder Bell did, because it was a freestanding building that was pulled away from the railroad tracks. And that allowed us to have an open view through the underpass at the railroad, and that was going to give the village a better identity and a better connection underneath the railroad through to the park. When I was at the post office meeting the other night, I asked the architects there to spend time.
The library.
I'm sorry, library. I asked the architects there to spend time thinking about how that connection could be promoted more with the park and the library, because I think that's a good part of sustainability. When we had the Columbia University graduate student groups do some master plans, one of the things they were talking about was having more parking on the other side of the tracks that could then feed into the village. And I think this enhanced does that, and I think that needs to be promoted. I'm not one that wants to build a parking garage in the park. I've always thought that the parking area on Highland Place that's behind the Women's Club. We were definitely in favor of combining that with the Women's Club. I've always thought that that could be a two-level parking area, a lower area at the Women's Club and a higher area that aligned with Highland Avenue, and it could be built in so it's almost a non-deck but gave you two levels of parking. I really think that the parking lot down along Maplewood Avenue at the intersection with Baker Street that backs up to the railroad tracks should be a 3-story garage and should have a one-way lane or something if at all possible, because I think that's the place in the village that would have the least impact of all. Both of these are going to be expensive. Parking spots cost about $25,000 a spot. But I feel that ultimately that would help. And I think that other towns that have done that, for instance, Milburn or Summit especially, were able to hide them much further back, and it added to the vibrancy. I think we're going to see a convergence of electric cars and things like that, and maybe there'll be smaller parking places, but I'm not sure that's going to happen for 20 years. So we need a solution that works in the interim and could perhaps be changed later on. And I also think that we need to think about what do we need to do with our old infrastructure of buildings in terms of making that more vibrant and more attractive in the village? And are we going to have the same number of businesses here on the first floor, or are some of those things going to be converted to residential? There are a lot of buildings, there are a lot of sites in play, there's a lot of activity, and I think you could see things changing very quickly in the next 5 years, and we really need to think about that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all those thoughts.
Mr. McGee, did you have something?
Yeah, just a quick question, and thank you again. I also appreciate your comments there. It's very good on the parking. Regarding the pavers or the bricks project, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, current bricks are actually not full bricks, they're half bricks?
Yes.
Yes.
Only in some spots. It's a combination of full and half. The half
Okay.
bricks are on the block between Inwood and Highland Place
Okay.
on the Maple Leaf Diner side.
It's a relatively small section of the entire village that has half
Right.
bricks. It's in front of the pub.
But that'll be factored into this plan of changing all the bricks in the village, or how does that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would be.
I'm assuming because you had to make half bricks, there's probably a little more cost to that versus full bricks, so you gotta cut them and.
Yes, you have to have something that can be cut, and we're going to have to use some different setting methods. They've gotten a little better since the original pavers were put in, what do we think, 30 years ago? Maybe been 35, yeah. It's been a long time. And they're primarily set in sand or cut in half. They're no longer available, so you'll notice when the hydrant work was done, everything that's patched around it doesn't match. It's starting to look a little worn and run down, and we feel like with the new construction, we really need to work on that.
Thank you.
Well, let me raise a question about that since we're on the bricks. We have in our capital budget consideration of $1.2 million for placement of the bricks. And a couple ideas kicked around about doing a special assessment in addition to the regular assessment to help pay for the bricks. Has the Alliance thought about that, talked about that at all?
We have not talked about that. I would say that the Alliance has been very concerned about the assessment and has kind of held the assessment tight for many years now. So we haven't had a raise in revenue. I guess it's something we could discuss.
Yeah, I think, actually, I would suggest two discussions. One is, we have been stuck at this $50-some thousand assessment level for a long time. And costs go up, and I know it's been difficult, but to raise the assessment. But on the other hand, and you just can't get things done without the resources. So there's looking at the regular assessment and then thinking about a capital assessment, which would be a more limited assessment, maybe for a couple of years or a few years to help pay for some of the bricks.
Yeah, because I think we'd also discussed maybe an implementation over a couple of years.
Right.
So that would make it easier as well. One of the discussions had already come up about having people donate some of the bricks, individuals in Maplewood, whether we would name bricks or do things like that. We'll have to, think about that as well, certainly.
I was glad you raised the Columbia study because I wrote here to dust off the Columbia study on how to integrate Dunhill Road parking. They gave us some very interesting ideas, including putting awnings up that would integrate, the train station with the village. So I think that's an area where we really have to think about trying to get some people to park on Dunhill, particularly for the evening restaurant trade and for the weekends.
Yeah, and in addition to the Columbia study, if we go back to the PPS study,
Right.
back when Springfield Avenue was done,
Right.
they did a very small study for the village, but did a couple of renderings of enhancing the entries to the passageway under the railroad tracks. And I think enhancing that on the village side and also figuring out some type of ramp on the park side would make it a much more used conduit. So.
I have one more question.
Let's go with Ms. Larry and then.
Yeah, if I can go back to your 2017 goals,
Yes.
talking about doing the long-term plan and trying to pull everybody, all the different groups. I guess you have also
Yes.
about designating that whole area. Have you thought about, are you hiring someone to help you with this? Or are you just planning on having conferences with everybody? Or is there someone who's going to sort of guide you in helping?
We haven't
Look at the
hired
whole big
anybody.
picture.
We haven't gotten that far yet. I would say when you're working on projects like this, things go in scattered areas and then at certain points there's a convergence and there's an opportunity to do something. We're at a point now where you have several different groups and I perceive them in operating in different directions. And I feel like at this point, historic designation is in direct opposition to what the zoning is. That came up as an issue with the size of the current building. And I feel like between that and economic development and what the business owner works, there just needs to be a more concerted effort of what we do. I'm not against the historic designation. I just think we have to be careful to decide what is the direction going to be and what are the different overlays going to do with our zoning. It's just not going to help us to be in a constant conflict between what the zoning is and what the historic designations are. We need to bring that more, we need to combine that so that it becomes more of a reality for what the village is. And that needs to be a discussion about what the village is, if a building is one story, does it have to stay one story for the rest of its life, given that we have a 50-foot high zoning, or do we need to bring our zoning down to 30 or 35 feet? The Claris is not the only construction going on in the village right now. There's construction going on Baker Street for second floor of apartments there, which I think is going to turn out very well. Certainly was received well by our design review committee in the Village Alliance. You have two properties in play on Baker Street right across the street, and there have been developers interested in that. You now have 4 banks in the building in downtown Maplewood, and we know that banks are not going to keep their buildings that much longer. It just isn't going to happen. There's a new owner of the Bank of America building. You have a bank coming into the Claris. There are other property. You have a big parking lot behind Bank of America that's never been used until the office spaces. There are a lot of spaces in play. Kings didn't move across the street. What are they going to do? I think the new building is going to spur more new development in the village and is going to spur more interest. And we've been starting to get a lot of feelers from many different people about interest in the village. We also had some merchants that were concerned that somebody was going to buy their building and tear it down. And I think that's one of the things that spurred Historic. And so I'm not against any of the things that are going on. I just think that there's not a unified vision of how that fits together for the village. It doesn't work relative to the current zoning. I've always felt that that's what needed to be addressed relative to a vision to come up with what's a better idea for the village going forward.
I don't disagree with you, just in answer to that one question about two-story versus one-story. My understanding from the Historic Preservation Commission, that even this designation does not preclude things like that from happening.
No, it
It
doesn't.
doesn't
It depends
necessarily-
on whether we do a national designation or whether we do a state designation. But it will bring another body to start doing the reviews in the village in addition to what's going on. So all I'm saying is, we need to kind of think about what that should be.
What you're also saying is whatever it is, it needs to be coordinated in the
Right,
conversation.
I guess that was my question.
Yeah.
Just real, one quick.
We got to
question.
move forward. So Mr. McGee and Ms. Adams.
Okay. This goes regarding the parking lot, the NJ Transit parking lot on Baker Street, or better on Maplewood Avenue across from the Able Baker. And this is related to, do we have any jurisdiction regarding that strip that actually sits on the road there where you kind of, if you're walking down the street on the other side, there's a strip where we took all the trees out. And this kind of goes to beautification. I was
Yeah,
wondering.
we were sorry to see all the trees go. I do think we have jurisdiction on that. I don't know exactly where the line is.
Okay.
I know that it is New Jersey Transit property. I've always felt you could have one level for New Jersey Transit, you could have one level for shoppers, and you could have one level for merchants. And it would be a great equally divided kind of structure.
I guess, I don't know, we have the
But it
ability.
will, and I know that the township engineer is also looking at some alternate transit routes through there.
Yeah, we're looking at a couple of different things, including even putting some parallel parking along that. So whatever that strip is, it may facilitate the planting of trees and bushes or not, depending on how the parking goes, because people wouldn't be able to get in and out of some cars sometimes. We also may be making it one way, so that would also impact it. So I think it has to be looked at in a larger perspective. As far as the jurisdiction of the lot, that is New Jersey Transit, and we would have to work with them in considering any kind of garage. Ms. Adams?
Yeah, just, a lot of these are really good discussions, although dragging out the budget conversation a little bit. So I want to bring it back to the budget and just ask you to talk to the rest of the board and consider the special assessment for the sidewalk improvements as to help pay for those, and also raising the assessment in general. And then I think you need to consider hiring a consultant to move forward the conversation that you want to move forward. I don't want it to be a long, dragged-out process, and I think maybe bringing somebody in the beginning instead of starting small conversations and then bringing someone in might be a more efficient way to handle that. So those are three major items for the board to consider with regard to going forward financially, so.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, next up is the Springfield Avenue Partnership. Julie sits there and change the seat to your left.
Do you guys have this there?
No. We don't have that.
Okay. The annual, the narrative.
I don't know
No.
how the narrative got missed, but they did send it to us.
We didn't get either.
You will get.
It's not
Yeah,
your
it's
fault.
great
It's-
reading.
Yes.
It's his fault, not your fault.
So,
Read it for you now, I'm sure.
yeah, she'll read it page by page. No. So again, if you could give us some highlights of 16 and 17.
Yes, hi, Springfield Avenue Partnership. Okay, let's see, in 2016, we had a busy year. We're seeing a lot of changes on the Avenue. In terms of events and promotions, we've repeated our traditional events, Mayfest, Harvest Fest, Black History Month, and Winterfest at the gazebo. I can't see written word without my glasses, but I can't see you with my glasses on. So all events were successful again in 2016. We continue to see really increasing success with the combination of Harvest Fest with the Health and Wellness, Maplewood Loves Wellness Committee that allows us to leverage the growing health and wellness industries along the Avenue. So that's a really nice event for the community. Mayfest continues to be a street fair, which is a little bit of a departure from what it was traditionally, but it's a really wonderful event for the Avenue. And that an outside vendor really runs it for us. There's not a lot of costs involved for us to run it, and we're able to gather sponsorships so we can promote it locally, pull in local organizations. But it's really brought in very large crowds to the event, and crowds from out of town, which is nice because they get to walk the Avenue and see what's happening there. In addition, we had a number of new businesses open on the Avenue in 2016. Probably the most exciting of all was Wawa. I think everybody knows about that. Probably not much I have to say, but it continues to be very well received. They keep scrambling to catch up with the demand that's walking in the door every day, so they're quite happy. We also welcomed Just for Her, a children's boutique, ABN John, a home decor store, the Albert Joseph Gallery, and recently Landon Poe just moved in from Dunning Road with Albert Joseph Gallery. We also have, coming in 2017, a solar home system business. So we have a really a growing home goods, home design industry happening in the Avenue, which is really exciting. These are a bit more upscale stores than we've seen in a while. So we are quite excited about that growing industry category. We also had Murgy's Deli and Cafe open, and they happened to win one of the tasting awards at Health and Harvest Fest with our cooking contest. Anybody who tries Murgy's Deli falls in love with it. They have old-fashioned prices and really delicious food. So we got a lot going on. We had a lot going on in that regard. We've had a lot of economic development activity on the Avenue. Vic already talked about Avalon Day, an unfortunate setback this morning, but there is quite a lot of excitement and it's spurred a lot of interest from merchants, developers, especially on the eastern end of the Avenue. There is a buyer for the Jewelry Mart building, which is in process, something we'll hope will be taking off in 2017. And of course, everybody was sad to see DPHO's close, but they were able to sell their building, which was important for them. And Maplewood Crossing has purchased that property and will be putting in 30 apartments on that spot. And we've been working with them over the last 6 months on the design of that building. So we're excited about all of those happenings. And Maplewood Diner, I should mention, Maplewood Diner reopened under new ownership, but they fixed up the diner and it's down in the eastern end. They're looking forward to the new apartments, and with Wawa down there, there's just a lot of activity and everything really looks quite different down on that end of the Avenue. So that was 2016. Oh, I know, I want to mention the library. We partnered with the Maplewood Garden Club, the Hilton Library, and we were able to receive an Open Space Trust Fund grant that enabled us to put in reading benches in front of the library and re-landscape the entire front of the library. We also worked in partnership with County. I want to give them a huge shout out. They gave us a lot of labor, donated a lot of labor in terms of doing the planting there, and the Maplewood Garden Club purchased the drip irrigation system from us. And two residents, Catherine Rudd and Deborah Lyons, gave us a lot of time and expertise, consultants, so that we put in native, low-maintenance plantings that would not take a lot of time, DPW's time to maintain. So that was quite a large partnership community effort that's done a lot to beautify the front of the library. Okay, so that was 2016.
Just one other thing I'd like to mention is, one of our missions is sustained economic growth, and we have had 5 one-year anniversaries this year as well. So businesses have come here and they've been able to maintain themselves, and that's really one of our missions. Our budget this year is fundamentally unchanged from last year. We have had some increases in some of our costs, but we've been able to offset those with fundraising that we've done either at the Mayfest and some of the other events and grants that we have. So again, we're basically status quo in what we're requesting from the township. We are a little bit under on some, but we only bill the township for the contracts that at our cost. There's no markup on them. So some of these are a little bit lower than they have been in the past, but that'll be some of that's also a timing issue because we run on a cash basis, not on a accrual basis. So you have our budget. I think we are asking for no additional revenue, and I think the progress we've made so far this year has actually been good in 2 regards. We've brought a lot of activity to Springfield Avenue, and we've been able to maintain that activity without increasing our capital or our expenses. Thank you. One other thing, I'd like to thank the mayor and the town council for working with Avalon Bay and Wawa to make those 2 things happen. Without your cooperation, that never would have happened. So thank you for that.
And just looking forward into 2017, I just want to mention a few things. First, Black History Month. Please visit springfieldavenue.com. Look at the Black History Month activities going on all over the avenue. There's arts and cultural events as well as retail specials going on. And it's all capped off by a cocktail party with art and music at Estes Art Gallery at the end of the month. I hope a lot of people can make it. We're also planning our usual events, Mayfest, Harvest Fest, and winter, the holiday celebration at the gazebo. But there's 3 initiatives I wanted to call out. One is the Public Art Initiative. Again, we've been working with the township for a couple of years, and I thank the township for the cooperation on that. We've been able to change the ordinance to allow us to install some public art along Springfield Avenue. This has been a project and initiative that's long in coming, and it's still going to be the long vision, but we have an organized committee that is working toward it. We have a person dedicated to seeking funding. We have some property owners who are talking to us about allowing murals to go on their building, and we're very excited about getting that started. Hopefully we'll see something 2017, more likely in the spring of 2018, we'll actually be able to have some new events celebrating public art on the avenue. The second new initiative is a branding and marketing initiative. We had our first meeting the other night of a committee that is made up of some members of our board as well as some very talented residents and leaders of Springfield Avenue who have experience in branding and marketing. So we are going to be looking at creating a vision statement, and we're doing some graphics and creating templates for our art around that, and maybe being able to bring it into our streetscape. So that's another very exciting program. And then lastly, we're working with Avalon Bay, and the timing of this may change now with our recent news, but we are working with them on how to reach the new tenants in the building and promote our businesses. And one of the programs we just agreed to was to allow us to put a package of coupons and gift certificates to the Springfield Avenue merchants into new tenant gifts. And we've had a lot of really positive feedback from our merchants on that. They're very excited about being able to participate in that. And we'll be looking to do the same thing with Maplewood Crossing and the open they're building across from Seth Boyd. So again, thank you to the township for working with us on all of the development. Our merchants are excited about it.
So I want to ask you the same question I asked the Alliance. You've been at 132,000 and change in the assessment for a while. Is there any potential of growing that?
I think the sentiment of the board right now is not very favorable to any increase in assessment, if that's the real question. And we have talked about it several times, and we believe we can accomplish most of our mission that we see, all of our mission that we see right now with the funds that we have. So we're not looking for anything more. If we have new programs that come up that we think are exciting, then we would reconsider that again.
I think well, I'm on the board, so I'm going to raise it, that we ought to have a conversation in 2017 about, what's the prospect of 2018, maybe bumping it up, and look at historically how long it's been at this, what we think is coming online. Okay.
Okay.
Anybody have questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, the property, you won't become a member, your property is in the district. Use your microphone, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next up is the Community Coalition on Race. And that's also in number 3. And we did receive program information in addition to your budget, so thank you. Len, you're not sitting up here? You can if you want. Okay. Okay. So we did get your
Our proposal for 2017?
Yeah, your proposal, what you did in 16, what you want to do in 17. We don't want you to read it to us. We want you to pick out a few things from both. We gave them a little more allowance because there was a mix-up and we didn't get their descriptive stuff, but we have had an opportunity to read yours. So.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just cover a few highlights. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing us to come here today, as we do each year, to request our next year's funding. I want to thank Leila Gonzalez Sullivan. Usually I'm sitting here with our board chair. Leila was our chair for 2 years, and she is away. And Robert Marchman, who is a founding member of the Community Coalition on Race, returned to our board a year or two ago, and this year is serving as chair, but he is also traveling today and sends his regrets. Again, both of us wanted to thank the Maplewood Township Committee for ongoing support. A couple of highlights from 2016, obviously our Martin Luther King observance and volunteer fair each year grows, and this year in 2017, we held it at Columbia High School to accommodate sort of overflow crowds. Last year, we were fortunate enough to have Michelle Miller, the CBS News correspondent, as our speaker, and this year, LaShawn Warren, who was with the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice and has moved recently to DC for another position. But more and more people come each year. The volunteer fair grows, especially this year. We saw a lot of people turning out to try and find ways to become active in the community and in the region. And we think that's a positive thing. We have started this Luminary project to get the community involved after the event, to light up luminaries in front of their homes as a sign of solidarity with our mission, and to celebrate Dr. King on his birthday. And it is a fundraiser for us, and it has really grown over the last 3 years. So it's become a substantial part of our revenue stream at a time of year, the beginning of our fiscal year, when we really need it. This year, our conversations on race, we were fortunate to have a major speaker, Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum, and we thank the Township of Maplewood also for accommodating us at the Woodland. It was an overflow crowd. We actually had to turn people away, which we don't like to do, but we only had so much space. And we were excited to hear at the end, she's so enthusiastic about the work that we do here that she wants to include us a description of the Community Coalition in the reissue of her book, Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria? And that was the book that she came here, I think in 2001, when that book was first issued. We had another reason to have another community conversation on race. We usually have that as one big event, but in the aftermath of some incidents in the schools, anti-Semitic and racist comments on social media. There was a lot of concern in the community, so we convened another conversation at Oheb Shalom for over 70 people. And our coffee house discussions, which were intended as ongoing quick responses to emerging issues throughout the year in small venues. We're finding over the last year that we can't really use the small venues because they keep growing. So we've been at the Woodland at least once. I think we're going to be there again in March. They started out attracting maybe 30 or 40 people, and now we're getting about 100 people, and that will be 3 or 4 times a year. Last year's ITA projects, that's integration through the arts, were video creations and a music project. They were small efforts, so this year we're resting that effort, and I'll tell you what we're going to do with our ECLAP money in a moment. The schools committee, as always, is very, very active, has been over the last year, and will be again in 2017 with the establishment of the integrated playgroups, also growing in popularity. And we may have to find, it's attracted a lot of new interest in the coalition's work, and it's only taking place once a month now, and that may have to change because of increased interest. Last year, we had 2 talking to race, talking to children about race and culture events, both led by Dr. Joshi, who's worked with teachers in the school district. And this year, we're going to have a workshop series run by some different leaders. The preschool open house, a few years ago, we thought that might be something we needed to retire. There's tremendous interest in it now. The agencies, the preschools ask about it a few months in advance. When can they sign up? And attendance has grown. And one of the things that we had noticed a few years ago, that it was not attracting an integrated group of parents. So despite what we have told you based on a demographics report about an increase in white in-movers, the preschool open house has become increasingly integrated in the parents that it brings out, which is a good thing for us. The schools committee also held a Meet the Author event at Words Bookstore, and of course its Board of Education forum. The Crossroads Festival was held on a very, very hot day in July. We're looking to change the date back to June for 2017. It will probably be in mid to late June. The revenues are up almost 50%. The team did a great job fundraising and getting sponsors to support that effort. It was less well attended because of the timing and the heat, and we hope to change that this year. Civic Engagement Institute has been pretty steady for us. Between 8 and 12 people attend. It's a small focused class, 4 sessions, and we do follow up with the attendees to make sure that they're doing their volunteering as we ask them to do when they sign up. We provided cultural competency training to the Junior League this year. 2 sessions in 2016, and there will be 1 more session in 2017. And that is, we were hired to do this, and we're hoping to bring that out as possible revenue generating thing for us in the future with other groups, not only to raise funds, but a good way to gain recognition for the work that we do. The home maintenance loan program, I know you know about. We only have 2 loans out right now, and we don't like to be sitting on the money. The team is working on ways to generate more interest and get the word out. We said this last year, we have to find some other way of getting the word out better to people about the loan that's available to residents of both Maplewood and South Orange. Fundraising, there was a definite upswing in 2016, and we saw an increased response to our annual appeal. We raised $3,000 more at our annual dinner than the year before. We had a no-cost fundraiser sponsored by Papillon 25 in the summer. And the Luminary Project, as I mentioned, it keeps growing. In 2016, it raised close to $4,000, and this year over $6,000. And we are reaching nearly 400 more people through our contact list. So we're getting more new people to our events, and when they sign up, we can tell through our management database that we're reaching a lot of new residents. We applied for an Investors Foundation sponsorship this year to support the Crossroads Fest, and we received a $5,000 grant, which we're excited about. We also did receive $4,500 from Essex County Local Arts Program, and that will also go to support the festival. The budget, I do have to send you, you have the proposal, and the budget has changed. When I sent it, I think that was in October, that was very much of a draft. In light of the grants that we've received, we've increased the budget to $152,050. That's mostly because of the grant that we received, so it's not quite a $5,000.
Right, the budget we have is 148,050, so it's about $4,000.
Yeah. And I think that's it.
You say you want to raise, you have a goal of $100,000 in donor, foundation, and grant funds, but in the budget, looks to me like you're only putting 45.5 there. Are you including the fundraising in there too?
The fundraising, well, I guess that it's all in with the townships and the,
Oh, you're including the municipal support?
Yeah.
Reach that 100,000? Got it. Okay. You might want to.
Break that out.
It looks like it's all coming from the private sector, either donor, individual donor, foundation, or grant funds in your description on fundraising.
oh, yeah, then I should change that because that's not the way it's laid out in the budget.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention is, the town has a affordable housing rehabilitation program. And I don't think we've ever had a conversation to understand what you're doing and you understand what we're doing. There may be people who don't qualify for the town side because of income, but may qualify for you.
Right.
So we ought to have that conversation. Sonia is our housing person, so maybe we could set that up.
Yeah, because our loan is not income-based. It's, it's based on code violations of a neighborhood.
Right.
And, yeah.
So we might be able to, in our marketing, we will identify people who are probably not going to be available to utilize our program, but might be able to, because it's an income-based, but might be able to use yours.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Any questions?
I have a couple
Yes,
of questions.
sorry.
In terms of the fundraising events, that's inclusive of contributions of trustees, correct?
I'm sorry,
In
could
the
you?
line item about fundraising events that include the trustees?
Yes.
Okay. And right now, how many trustees do we have currently?
I think we have 24, not including the liaisons from
Okay.
the township committees and the Board of Ed.
And have we thought about making mandatory annual fees for the trustees?
We don't set an amount. We don't want to discourage people from joining our board. So we give the usual general development pitch to our trustees, which is we understand that they have commitments, and we hope that we will be in the top 3 of their philanthropic priorities, but we don't set an amount. There is an expectation to give and get. So even if it is a basic contribution, it's expected that pledge is expected above and beyond whatever they do in terms of coming to our dinner or attending another fundraiser. And there's also we ask them to help raise funds by through the annual appeal and getting people to come to our fundraisers.
Great. And then my last question is, I know we do there's wonderful coffee house events and discussions, and I know traditionally there's asked for a donation. Have we ever thought about actually charging people to attend the events a small monetary donation of $5, per person?
Yeah, we've tried to keep all of the events free and open to the public. So, we've gone back and forth about charging for some things. In the past, there were a few things through integration through the arts where we asked people to pay a nominal fee to support purchasing supplies, especially if we thought that program was going to go beyond our the grant that we were given to run it. And lately, because we are running so many events to be responsive to community needs, we are asking people, we're doing more like a free will offering at these events. We started that at the MLK observance a few years ago. It does help to support the amount that we have to pay to run it. And the same thing with the coffee house. We just started that at the last coffee house in December, where we put something out and asked people to donate. And we're getting better at trying to make the pitch at the event, so that, especially for new people who don't know who we are and need to understand that we're 501c3 and that we only run these things through local support.
Thank you.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, this past year, with all the national issues and the local events that happened in protest of police actions in other parts of the country, those responses were by, not by the CCR. They were by the independent youth in our community, which was wonderful. Those issues remain, and I think I would really like to see the CCR take a lead in maybe getting members of our community, especially members of color of our community, in a conversation directly with our police department and local officials who openly work on the relationship, because while it may seem like everything's fine, I don't feel like it is, and I feel like the best organization to take that on would be the CCR, and I haven't seen that happen.
Yeah.
And I really, really think that's something that the CCR needs to be the leader in, and would be the perfect organization to try to coordinate some healing and conversation and mentoring programs and things to address these issues before they get any worse than they already are.
Okay. Just to speak to your point, we agree. And I don't think that a lot of the community realizes that we were very much involved in the Not in Our Two Towns event that was held at South Orange Middle School.
Right.
In fact, our board chair and program director did make the initial phone calls, and once it became a youth-led event, the other groups that we were working with as a coalition, as a community coalition, really wanted the youth group to take the lead on that, and they did. So we kind of took a back seat, although we provided the language for the pledge, essentially, and a lot of the background work to help that event take place. Then our coffee house conversation, our coffee house discussion that was held in August, we invited that same youth group back, along with police leaders or the community, the police who do the community relations, to that event. They came, and so there was community conversation with them then. Reverend Richardson at First Baptist, this is a special interest of his, and we certainly support all the work that he does. He recently held a workshop which we supported and helped promote. So we're trying to support the different groups that are doing this work. It's not all, we don't see every aspect of this issue as owned by the coalition, but we do want to help support all the other groups that are working on it.
So are there any plans for 2017 to continue this conversation?
Yes,
or
and
facilitate the
and
conversation?
and if Robert Marchman were here, I know he'd speak to that, but that's something that he's very motivated to work on, and as one of the first things that he wants to do is to have these the meetings with the local leaders and the police chiefs to see how we can move forward.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Guess we're not getting any questions yet, right? Okay, so don't forget, if you have questions, you can email them to us at home at asktc@twp.maplewood.nj.us. Next up is YouthNet.
Here. Let's see if you need that. I had.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves in just a moment. But first, we did receive your 2017 service agreement with the township, which included the highlights from 2016 and your goals of 2017 and descriptions of each of your programs. We're going to ask you not to read it. Just hit the highlights of both 16 and 17, and then we can talk about your budget. I know you've made a request of 20. Last year, we gave you 15, so we can talk about that. Okay.
So good morning and thank you.
And use the microphone. Whoever's talking, that's great. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here again to request our funding for the following, the 2017. I'd like to introduce Mr. Kevin Mason and Mrs. Camilla Titleman. They're both co-chairs of YouthNet, and they would like to address you for a moment.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Mr. Mason. I'm one of the co-chairs for YouthNet. I'm also assistant principal of Tuscan, and I've been involved with YouthNet ever since it started as a teacher and as a coordinator of the after-school programs. And for the past 10 years that I've been in the district, I've seen a lot of positive things happen with YouthNet as a teacher and as an administrator. And I know YouthNet started as something when there were a lot of kids hanging out in front of the library, so something, an option for the schools for kids to do things after school. So YouthNet created these after-school programs for kids to attend, academic programs, programs such as fitness programs, social justice, cooking, and a lot of things that kids were interested in that we found out doing a survey of over, I think it was
Everybody, all the kids in the district.
with all the kids in the district, trying to find out things that kids were interested in. So as a teacher in Maplewood Middle School, I saw that there were a lot of kids that weren't interested in basketball or some of the things that were offered through the rec programs. They were able to participate in these programs after school, and it helped the school out, it helped parents out, it helped the administration out, and also provided an outlet for kids to do something after school. Coming from a perspective of academics, being that YouthNet actually hires teachers from the district who are certified teachers, we have programs in place where kids can go after school for tutoring, and they have certified teachers that can help them with their work, and they know the curriculum, and the parents feel safe with the kids going to the after school programs. These programs also build relationships with the students and their teachers because they see their teachers in a different light. So they might have I know there's a PE teacher at Maplewood Middle School that teaches a creative writing class. There's a social studies teacher at South Orange Middle School that teaches a social justice class. And when they see their teachers in school, they just see them as their teachers. But when they see them in these clubs, they get a different aspect of their teachers' personalities. And when you have these clubs and you have 30 or 40 kids signing up for these clubs, you know that these kids are really interested. And I know our last board meeting, we had about 6 kids from South Orange Middle School come and speak to us. And I remember the one young lady say, I would never believe that I would be able to have an assembly program in my school. So just her seeing the power that she had as a student, that she could form a group and they can have a whole school assembly, and it was something that she just had, and it was her. And I told her, I said, it's your school. And just a side note, when I was a teacher at Maplewood Middle School 4 years ago, and we have a student, Brian Pierre-Paul. He was always in the after-school programs. He was on a youth advisory board. And I actually teach a after-school enrichment class at Tuscan on Fridays. And Brian came to the school yesterday just to say hi. And I was like, well, Brian, I'm teaching my class after school. And he's like, well, Mr. Mason, I'm going to stay and just help you out. And this is a kid from 10 years ago. He went through Maplewood Middle School. He graduated from Columbia, and he still comes to visit me. And this is just a kid that I met in one of these after-school programs. And I'm sure all the other teachers in the district have similar stories. And also with the budget cuts in the district, I think YouthNet providing a service that our schools, both middle schools, definitely need, because we want to provide kids with an opportunity to do things outside of school, both academically and socially, and just to enrich their time while they're in school. And I just thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Camilla Titleman, and I'm a parent of two children who are now 27 and 24, who went through the entire school system here. I was always very involved in the schools and in various ways. And like Kevin and Diane, pretty much I was at the very beginning of founding YouthNet. And it not only serves as a safety net for the children, but it's also in our district, but it also is serves as a safety net for the parents as well, particularly in a town like ours, which are two income earners, two working household parents. We offer a safe, familiar, and convenient place where children can explore a multitude of interests and get to, and this is an innovation we've had in the last couple of years. We offer tutoring and homework help now in the enrichment part of our program, which is really the aftercare part of the program, and that's done very well. And we've also paid for tutors at the after-school program that happens at the library too. So that's sort of been an innovation we've done the last couple of years. And as Kevin, and our after school is open till 6, and as Kevin just said, it's with an in-district teacher who knows the curriculum and knows the students in the building. So that's been a real help to parents, I think, who have told us so, actually. And one of the great things is we actually offer this because of your help and South Orange's help at pretty much little or no cost. And your funding actually has become increasingly important because the number of students who are participating has grown tremendously, which is wonderful. But we have a lot of children who are on scholarship at this point. We scholarship about 48% of the students now. Now, partly that's because the economy is still stagnant, but the nicest thing that I think that says about us is that our program is hugely diverse, and it brings together all the different pockets of our town and our children together, which is great. These statistics show sort of the great breadth and diversity of the children who take part in the program. And just to be clear, YouthNet is really the only game in town for the children, these middle schoolers in particular, and because it reaches a very diverse student body and with the kind of wide-ranging and educational curriculum at almost no cost. So, I feel very proud of that. Anyway, but it also, in this day and age, offers a safe environment. And we've achieved this environment in the schools, as Kevin said, and it's this sort of cross-pollination of the students and the teachers, and the students seeing the teachers in a different light. And because of the current sense of unease, kind of developed by the conflicts in our political system have created of late, that also affects the students. And YouthNet's mission is to help them navigate these cross currents of intellectual and emotional debate within an environment that respects all of our differences and encourages thoughtful discussion. And that's what we do in our place and in our both of our buildings and the high school. So.
Great.
Thank you.
So you've used up a lot of your time.
Okay.
So you have a little more than 5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
So
Okay.
I think we need a really crisp here's what we want to accomplish in 2017.
Okay, well, okay.
No, you can't give us a big spiel because
Yeah.
you have so much time
I'll
and you
go.
gave us some compelling reasons why it's important. That's fine.
All right.
But now we got to get to, what do you want to
I
do?
won't even do the highlights, okay? I'm going to let that go. But I did want to say some numbers. We've offered approximately 90 clubs in 2016, totaling, reaching over 1,200 students in both buildings through our fall, winter, and spring sessions, with 75% of the teachers returning to run clubs. A couple of brand-new clubs, I just want to say, Odyssey of the Mind, piloting at Maplewood Middle, and then it's going to hopefully be at South Orange Middle. It's a national club. It teaches kids to think outside of the box. It's hugely innovative, and the kids are loving it. Another club that we have that this year that is starting at Maplewood Middle is an organic chemistry club. Really great. The kids make things that explode, change color, smell bad, it's totally popular. Our MMS Spartans Club, which has over 50 middle school kids running up and down hills through the mud. It was in the local papers. I hope you saw it. Teachers go out on the weekend, parents go out on the weekend where these kids participate. It's amazing. Middle School Speaks is another club at Maplewood Middle School, piloted, hope to bring it to SOMS. We have the kids write what's on their mind. Their writing is perfected by actors from Midtown Direct. They were at SOPAC last year performing, and this year they're going to be at the Bergdorf performing in May. I hope you all come. It's totally amazing. Miss Rivera's Social Issue Club, 50 kids at SOMS. This year we brought it to MMS. It's popular. The kids talk about things that are on their mind. Body positive images for young women, gender neutral bathrooms, recycling and why it doesn't work at the middle school and how they can make it better. So this year, very interestingly, South Orange and Maplewood are going to come together in April, both clubs, and talk to the community, their parents and friends, and then they're going to participate in a regional conference at Rutgers. Okay, those are just a few of the clubs that I wanted to talk about briefly. There are many more, and what I want to stress about these clubs is that they're run by teachers, helping to build unity between the students and their school, and making the students connect and see how they are more alike than they are different, which gives them at this middle school age, bringing kids together like this is very important. The after-school program that runs until 6 o'clock, kids get a snack, they get the tutoring from the teachers, the homework help that we just talked about, and they take part in the YouthNet Club structure. This year, we saw a change in the club. The district asked YouthNet to partner with the Hub and bring the Hub students from Maplewood Middle School over to the YouthNet program so that those kids could get homework help and be tutored by the teachers. So every day we see 15 to 30 Hub students in addition to the YouthNet kids. And they're an MMS teacher staffed by YouthNet it goes over their homework, checks their agenda before they're allowed access to the gym. Yes.
So a question about that.
Yes.
So then the Hub is asked through the school district for their students to be part of YouthNet. Are they providing any revenues?
No.
Okay.
Because we're doing it. We're just doing it. It is our mission. One of the things is, before I go to that, let me just tell you what other change we saw to this program, which is why we're asking for an additional $5,000.
Oh, good.
In 2000
You're going to
and,
get to that.
I'm sorry?
No, that's my question. I
Yeah,
need you to
here it
just speak
comes.
to the increase.
Here it comes. The reason why we're seeing more kids, and in the beginning of the year, we saw an increase. We don't run on the school year. We run, it's calendar year. So we saw in the fall of 2016, which is the 2016-17 school year, an increase in the population of students that need scholarships. Not only in our after-school enrichment program that runs until 6 o'clock, but in our club-based programs as well. So kids are taking clubs and they're not, registering, they're just taking the clubs. And it's our mission to allow that to happen and to work with every family to work out some kind of a plan to allow these kids to stay involved. So coupled with that, the additional children from the Hub, the 48% of the kids now needing scholarships, and the PEP grant not being awarded to the district in 2017-18, which YouthNet was a recipient of, we are requesting $5,000 from Maplewood, an additional $5,000.
So my question with regard to that,
Yes.
the additional and not getting the PEP grant, is that, what would be the chances that if you were to get that money, I'm not saying that you're going to, but if you were to get that increase, then sort of step up fundraising to be able to make it up so that
Yes.
we wouldn't have to do that again next year?
Yes, absolutely. That is our plan. It's not like we're going to come back and say, that's the bar now. You know, we would try and, we thought we were getting the PEP grant, basically. Everybody thought that. So our community's children are truly amazing, and any assistance we can offer families to augment learning and build a sense of community with those that are like us and those we might not know at first are like us is extremely valuable, and helping every child be the best they can be is something that we strive towards. The Youth Advisory Board, I'll go quickly through this, ran coffee houses. We had our biggest one was at the Woodland last year. I have to get to 2017. And we had over 500 kids.
So, you know what, we have questions, we have to get to our questions.
All right.
Okay, so on the police partnership.
Oh, you read that, good, okay, yes.
So I see, you know, I see you want to try to do the big brother, big sister. What's been the response from the police on
Okay,
that?
so I've talked to, we've talked a little bit about it, and in South Orange, they're very positive about trying to do it. It's going to not be the program like the typical Big Brother, Big Sister program. It's kind of a spin-off from that. YouthNet will plan a set of activities with the police, and whether they want to do it on a one-on-one or they want to do it as a group will be something that we're going to work out with each township. It's been positive. They want to do it.
Both police departments?
Yeah, I believe both police departments are very interested in doing it. And the dinner club.
And the CSI.
Yeah, well, we're also running a CSI program at South Orange Middle where police officers come in and talk to the club. It's a forensic science program, and that's also been very popular.
The one thing about this is I see just the venues you're talking about, police station, Baird Center, Woodland, SOPAC. I would urge you to think about DeHart Community Center as a venue because bringing people to Woodland constantly doesn't make sense to me when we have other facilities and maybe kids who need these services live over in other areas of the town.
So our dinner club that I talk about, starting I would hope to run at DeHart. And our intergenerational bingo program, which we piloted first at Winchester Gardens, we want to run that at DeHart. In fact, we were talking to Recreation Director about a time, and she recommended going next door to the new building.
Right.
So we want to run that as fundraiser, and it was a great event. And at Winchester Garden, the kids were playing with the older folks, and it seemed to be something everybody liked. We're going to run a couple of those as fundraising activities in
However,
2017.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I don't want
Go
it to
ahead.
be lost on you that I
Yes.
think the mayor and I am in agreement. Some of the partnerships
Yes.
activities would be served well to be done at DeHart. I'm sure you do.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Where-
I
Where
get
he
it
was
now.
going, and I don't
Yeah.
want that to be lost on you
Okay.
because I think that's
Yeah.
very important.
Okay. Well,
So
yeah, okay.
I know you're excited about what you're doing. We understand that. But unfortunately, we have time limitations because we have a whole slew more people we have to
Okay,
talk to. So,
okay.
let's see if the township committee has any other questions.
All right,
And then we
fine.
need to wrap it up.
Fine,
Anyone?
I do.
Go ahead.
yes.
And I'm looking at your proposed budget as of January 30th, 2017.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the income, so the first page of that, and I'm looking at extended enrichment program and year-long clubs.
Yes. The
And,
$10,000, is that what you're looking at?
yeah, and there's an asterisk there, and
Yes.
I'm wondering if you could explain that. And also on extended enrichment,
Yes.
it was the $45,000 projected versus $33,000 actual. Was that $12,000 delta largely a result of sort of the increased scholarships, or was there another explanation? And then I'm just wondering, for the $40,000 projection, whether you think that's realistic to have 7,000 more than last year in terms of income on that, and if so, why?
Okay. First, to the $10,000, that was a pass-through. The Board of we were the administrative arm for the Board of Education for those year-long clubs, and the district did not run the clubs this year.
Okay.
So it's a wash. We didn't get it. We didn't pass it through.
Okay.
The 3,000 from the 45, that's a result of scholarships. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And the projected is optimistic.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Other questions? So I have one other comment about the work with the intergenerational. We have now SOMA for two towns, SOMA, 2 towns for all ages. It's an initiative to help people age in place. And one key part of that for both towns is to do more intergenerational activities. So I think that we're in the process now of hiring a project coordinator that will work on this project for the 2 towns. And once we have that person on board, I think we would want to sit down with you to talk about more opportunity to bring some of our older residents into this program, particularly the after school or other times when they can volunteer.
Yes.
And maybe give you some skills and talents that they have that you really could see
love
being
that.
used with some of the clubs. So anything else that the township committee has? We would like to, the whole purpose of buying 106, not the whole purpose, but one of the purposes of buying 106 was to free up space in the community center. So we're really trying to get more youth-related programs into that building.
We would
So-
like to do our dinner club there.
Okay, well, you just work it out with Ms. Mancuso, our rec program, okay. Anything else?
I just wanted to say, to your point, I agree. I think if you leverage that facility for multiple events, then the kids themselves become accustomed to one centralized location. So strategically speaking, that's also an advantage for you as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is finance, tax, and sewer collection.
Top 1, that's you.
1, you're about to be grilled.
That is correct.
And this is tab number 5.
Tab 5.
Now, Mr. Uribe.
Yes, sir.
We have received your report, your highlights for 16 and 17 goals. So if you just pick out 1 or 2 key items for both. We've looked at your line items. There might be some questions that people have about those. And then you've asked us for some personnel.
Yes, sir.
Not merit increases, but you want to bump up somebody from part to full-time?
Yes, sir.
And then you do have a merit increase, so we won't talk about the merit increase because we're doing that in closed.
That is correct.
But the promotion, without talking about the individual, you can talk about the need for raising from part-time. So you have 2 merit increases in 1, and I don't think you have any capital.
No, I do not have the capital.
That's wonderful to hear.
For the 3rd year in a row since I came here.
Did you know about the no bragging rule?
Well,
You're not allowed to brag.
Not only that, really.
Yeah.
Capital
Yeah.
for finance.
Yeah. So why don't you introduce yourself, and then give us your highlights.
okay. My name is Wadi Uribe. Once again, not relationship to the ball player. I am the person in charge of the finance and the tax relation departments. And this starts my dissertation. With over 80,000 transactions in the tax collection area alone, plenty has to be said about accomplishments in the finance/treasury/tax collection department. But for simplicity, I will only refer to a few important indicators. The first one is the tax collection rate is for the second year in a row close to 99%. This is a very important indicator given its impact on the calculation on the reserve for uncollected tax is one of the main components in the calculation of the tax rate. So keeping it at that level is very good. It has a positive impact on the tax rate calculation for the budget, which in the end has a positive impact on every homeowner, every taxpayer.
So let me ask, since you said it's 99%?
It's close to 99%.
Close to 99, 98 point something. So why do you think that is the case here?
Well, it's pretty much due to the efforts in a great part of the tax collection department. We changed some strategies in terms of how that was done compared to the past. We had a totally different approach. There's some ways in which it was handled that I wouldn't like to discuss in detail, which I thought it was to some extent diminishing the effect of the notice that we were sending out. That changed. And it's been quite effective, the tools that we have been using so far, and that just translates in a higher collection rate.
So when you say 99%, that's on the property tax. How about the sewer tax?
The sewer is a little bit lower.
Fee, it's a little lower.
Sewer is around 88%, and that is one.
Is that because people figure the bank is paying for it?
Yes, it's part of that, but there are always different issues related to that. My sense is that residents don't feel like they have to pay that in the same way that they have to pay the property taxes. So enforcement is harder. It's a lot of more effort to collect those fees than the property taxes themselves.
Right, it's a lot for a fee that's under $200, it's a lot of work, and you're doing liens against people for that.
It's a huge amount of work. The lien that we imposed coming from the tax sale of 2015, they basically came some 86%, close to 90% was sewer fees.
Those go out separately at what time? When do those bills for the sewer tax go out?
June, by June, which is a little bit of out of convenience to the homeowners because we should have been billing since the beginning of the year. It could have been billed just right now.
I don't know, I guess maybe some thought into when it's sent out as to effectiveness. It's a busy month, it's school getting out, graduations, all that stuff. I know I've personally forgotten about it in the past and then been like, oh crap, I didn't pay this. So I don't know, maybe there's an easier way to get it out there.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't think I've ever paid it on time.
Yeah, no.
So we can talk about the timing.
And I welcome any ideas.
Yeah, we can talk about the timing at a finance committee meeting because we're going to talk about the sewer rate for this year anyway.
Yes.
So we'll do that and we'll talk about the timing and maybe some promotion so that people know it's coming. We do some pre-mailing promotions and then reminders.
We have tried a little bit of that, but of course we need to come up with fresh ideas to see how it's
going. So we'll come up with a strategy.
Okay. So I continue with the collection rate. Talking about the collection rate, we collected over 100% of the pilots, payment in lieu of taxes. And there are two that I remember, which agreements, there are clauses in two of those agreements that allow us to go back and retroactively bill those developers based on their certified financials. That was the situation in 2016, so we ended up collecting over 100% of what we had built. Very good. And our debt ratio, based on 2016 activity is currently at 1.01%. That is lower than 1.01.
What's the normal for a municipality?
For a municipality this size, it's over 1%. It's typically getting close to 2%. So we are doing good in that area. At max is, of course, 3.5% for municipality, 2% for county. So we could have gone up to 3.5%. We are right at bottom, 1.01. And of course, I don't want you to take it lightly because I'm not encouraging indebtedness. Just say it is. That continued with that, that is also part of the aggressive techniques that we have implemented in terms of paying debt service, which come from your guidance and the guidance of bond council. So it's pretty much a team effort. We're paying our debt at a higher turnover than normal. And continuing, our core fundamentals are strong as described by Moody's. We got our latest review last week from Moody's, and they indicate that they're satisfied with our fundamentals. Mr. McGehee mentioned at the meeting last Saturday that he had some knowledge about financial analysis, so he knows what I mean when I'm talking about the core fundamentals of an organization. And that's what we have them quite strong at the moment. Although I need to mention one point that they kind of reiterated to me is that our surplus funds reserve is kind of low, so we have to work on that. And of course, that comes because in order to keep the tax rate low and benefit homeowners, we need to sacrifice the surplus funds, which comes straight from you as a governing body.
I think it's a fair philosophical argument as to whether you put money in a reserve in order to have it there, or you make the taxes as low as possible every year. And I think we've had that debate year after year, and sometimes we've gone one way and sometimes the other. But I think more recently, we've recognized the importance of keeping taxes as low as possible.
Yes, it's always debatable. There were not expenditures of budget appropriations in 2016, and that is due in part to close monitoring on our part, which is something easier said than done in a $42 million budget, but not over expenditure so far. And I also need to mention, talking about our expenditures, that we issued in 2016 close to 4,500 purchase orders. That's part of the whole scheme of the budgeting process. Every one of those purchase orders was highly scrutinized, and typically when you get a budget of expenditures, it comes from one of those purchase orders. The level of scrutiny that we have here for those purchase orders pretty much prevent over expenditures. They pass by my hands. We have like 6 layers of approval for purchase order, and finally signed by the chair of the finance committee.
My hand hurts when I say it.
Tell me about it. Yes.
You should see them.
Okay, and Affordable Care Act. Talking about the Affordable Care Act, we implemented it for the first time last year. Kind of challenging work. Despite all of the loose parts, it was set up properly. We timely filed all of the returns for the employer, employees, and even for 2017, we already filed all of the reports related to that program with the Internal Revenue Service. Have to avoid penalties, which are kind of hefty. Another thing that I wanted to highlight is the successful exchange that I had with the Internal Revenue Service, obtaining a waiver of $19,000 penalty emanating from improper filing of Forms 1099, which happened about 4 years ago when my predecessor seems like fell ill, and so something fell off the cracks. Those 19 didn't come out of our coffers, which is a good thing. In terms of goals, we just want to continue delivering the high level of service that we provide every day. Also like to explore better solutions to collect the outstanding balances for sure billings, which is the conversation that we had before, or that we need to have at the Finance Committee meeting. And one of the things that I have in mind related to this program is the automation of debit charges to taxpayers' checking accounts. But there's a security and safety issue there, which I have to discuss with IT staff. But that's one of the possibilities that we can put in place based on new legislation passed by the state, allowing us some changes in electronic transactions.
So a taxpayer would give us permission to annually take the money.
Just debit their checking
Just like
account.
you can do with your phone bill or.
That is correct.
Or your cable bill, you can have it taken directly out of your account.
It'll be like the online banking thing, just applied differently because the charge would come directly to your account automatically.
Right. So is there a fee? I know if they use a credit card, there's a fee. If they use the you do a bank transfer, there's no fee?
An ACH, there's no transfer because it is hitting the debit, the checking account of that individual. If there's any fee associated with it, then it'll have to be passed on to,
Pass it on.
yes, unfortunately.
So the state has allowed municipalities to do this?
I am waiting on guidance on that because the legislation was already passed, but we need the translation of that piece of legislation via a local finance notice, and that's when we have the authority to implement it.
I think this would be something that would be popular.
Exactly.
I think that the security issue, though, is the concern.
That's the concern that I have, because I know managing the system, the platform that we have, it's critical to establish a different kind of procedure in order to keep all of that information safe. We have to provide satisfy tons of OPRA requests. And in some of those cases, we have to provide the whole database of in an electronic media. And I'm concerned about that, how we encrypt that information so that it's not passed on to the wrong hands.
Let's just keep watching it this year and see if it makes sense to do.
That's exactly what I'm doing, evaluating those results. And we'd also like to obtain more savings in our payroll processing and reporting needs, even though most of those monies don't come out of our bank accounts, but from our bank relationship. We're looking into some avenues to get better savings via better relationships and exploring a couple of other possibilities. We can do better than what we have been doing in the last couple of years. So that's in our plans. Also, we need to continue timely filing all of the major financial reports. That sounds like a little bit of probably something that I don't need to say, being statutory, but that's the biggest challenge that we have. Reporting at different levels these days, from municipalities to the state, it's really something overwhelming, hard to keep up with. And so we intend to continue doing it as we did it in 2016 and as we did it in 2015. We want to foster broader relationships with our local banks because we always benefit from those kind of things. And before going to the budget sheets, I'd like to mention that these accomplishments that I mentioned are the job of a small team, which is rather imperfect, but effective. So I want to take the opportunity to thank my small staff for their hard work.
Your staff you have a staff of 4 plus you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's both for finance and tax collection?
Finance and tax collection, accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, and a whole string of other jobs. And
maybe we can move on to any questions.
Yeah, let's go to on the budget lines. I have a question on 217 on the credit card fees, $10,000.
Yeah.
So why don't you explain what that is?
The credit card fees, those are for credit card charges coming from recreation in the municipal court. By law, we have to anticipate in the budget those charges. If we use credit cards, paying for the court can't come out from the court revenues.
Right.
We have to appropriate for that.
But these are reimbursable to us, no?
Sorry?
These fees are reimbursable to us from the individual using a credit card?
No, those charges, we have to absorb them by law.
From the court.
From the court.
From the court. And that's state law?
State law.
Yeah, but you said recreation department too.
The recreation department, yes, they have a system whereas members, they can just swipe their cards and those kind of things to pay for different type of services, and then the charges come to us. They have a two-way system in recreation. One of those is when someone goes directly to, don't remember if it is the pool, and they swipe the card. In those cases, we don't get the charges. The charges is when they have to do, do you remember?
Yeah.
Well, yes, there was, at the pool, they didn't charge the people the fee. We have a fee, they have to pay that fee, and it does come back to us. recreation-wise. There was a problem at the pool this summer where they didn't realize that, so we're correcting that. But
So that's different than the court.
yes, yeah.
So if I get a fine, I can go pay with a credit card. I'm entitled to pay with a credit card, and any fee that you get from the bank, we have to absorb as a town.
We have to absorb it. And that account is under the finance department, so it has nothing to do with reality of what we do, but we have to have that account segregated for those purposes.
So you're saying that by law, we're not allowed to assess them the fee?
Yes, that is correct.
I believe that's the case with a lot of small businesses too. I mean, when you go to make a transaction at a local merchant, and let's say you're just buying a pack of gum for $1.75 and you swipe your card, that merchant pays a fee to the bank.
The judiciary is a totally different subject. They have their own rules.
There's always a fee to use a credit card, and we absorb that fee for the court. It makes it more convenient for people to pay, easier to get our money, so.
Yeah, it's not like a merchant, they build that into the price of what they're selling. But we can't do that here.
We can't.
Well, we can.
We do charge the fee.
We do for the other, for rec.
Yes, but we're also looking at how our fees at the court compare to other surrounding municipalities. I think it's been 4 or 5 years since we've adjusted those.
So that, you're still putting 10,000 even though it's way lower for most of the year?
If you look at the trend, you look at what happened in 2015, we appropriated $5,000, but we ended up receiving charges for over 11,000. So those 10 you need to have it there, because you never know, there's something, you can't estimate it.
Well, it looks like if we appropriate more, we get fewer charges, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's double it.
We cannot project that figure.
Yeah. Anything else, any questions people have on any of the other, I see you put in some money for the 106.
106 Burnett,
Facilities,
the Fresh Squad
also
building.
for the former First Aid Squad building.
Yes, we're starting to account for the new buildings. Thank you.
The parking lot leases, can you elaborate on where
Yes.
the money comes from, or where it's going, I mean?
The parking lot leases, those are payments that we have to make every year for a few spots that the municipality leases from homeowners.
From
No.
From New Jersey Transit, I'm sorry.
Well, New Jersey Transit is a $72,000 line item, but there's
Right.
also a 17,400 above that, which has an administrator's recommendation of 18,500. And
Right,
I mean,
even though 12,600.
We bring in 6,000, we pay for the lease is $6,000 a month, it's 72,000. Then we bring in revenue, which is higher. I don't know what it is for this, we'll know soon, but it's usually high 90s, low 100s. And I don't know what the other fee that they were talking about, I didn't.
So there's revenue to offset the expense. So I think Nancy's question was, sorry, Deputy Mayor Adams' question was more on the parking lot leases above that.
Yeah, 219.
Oh, is that the ones for the buildings on Maplewood Ave? That is the parking spots behind it.
We have two accounts. One is for New Jersey Transit, which bills us every month. That is $72,000, $6,000 a month. And the other one is for those residents.
It's for the property owners.
Those are the lots that are owned privately behind the Village Coffee, all the way down to Arturo's,
Okay.
and we rent them.
Right.
And that's what that is.
Right, and we recently renegotiated it
Correct.
for, so there was some reason.
That's
That's what he meant when he said the homeowners, you were thinking of those guys.
Yeah, property owners. On 210 Gas Civic House, we have $10,000. Don't we rent that out?
Yeah, we do, and yes, we do, and
I have a note to make sure that it's actually being paid for. They're supposed to pay for their utilities, so I have to look at that.
Okay, so that should be the one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a question on, if you go down to electric, 430-201, telephone booths.
Yes.
I didn't know there were still telephone booths in the United States, so where are the telephone booths that are costing us $5,500? I'm just, where are they?
One of them is at the police headquarters, police and court building.
That's the only one. We need to have it there because there's a jail. So that booth has to be there.
Okay, so, but it costs $5,500 a year to have the one phone booth?
It costs some dollars.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And then, that Superman needs to change his clothes somewhere.
What?
Yeah, but you better not be doing it there, because it's out in the open.
All right, we're cutting into our break pretty soon, so, any other questions on the line items, Superman? All right, so let's go to again, you have 2 merit increases, which we won't talk about. Then you have 1 increase to increase the job from a part-time to a full-time. So we don't want to talk about the individual, but why do you need to go from a part-time person to a full-time person?
The hours. Talking about the hours of the part-time cashier. I learned a little bit of history about that position. That position has had quite a high turnover over the years. The amount of work, it's really overwhelming sometimes, especially when we're collecting the quarter. And cashiers just didn't last. It was too much work for the kind of benefits that they get. And that position was a full-time, which was downgraded back in 2010 when the budget crisis pretty much statewide. We need to bring that back up now that we have stabilized financially because the strain of the department is almost impossible to keep up with. These days we have many more transactions than we had in 2010, and just having one full-time employee and the part-time collecting over $15,000 tax bills, sewer, and property tax bills is almost impossible. As a rule of thumb, as I indicated in my request, for every 3,000 line items in tax collection, you need a full-time employee. So we're totally strained right now.
So how many hours does this person work now?
It's working 29 and a half, the max.
And you want to bring the person up to what?
Up to 35.
Up to 35.
And there's something that I also need to highlight about that. That person wouldn't cost us any benefits in terms of health care.
Well, you can't. You can't, because you can't talk about the person, because it could be a different person. So it's just that the position comes with benefits.
Yes.
So it's not just, it's increased from 29 to 35 rather, and then that would make that individual eligible for benefits.
Correct.
Right, and we use a formula for the anticipated benefits, right? So, sometimes it's going to be more, sometimes it's going to be less, but the formula, I think, is supposed to make it
right,
sort of approximate in the macro, okay.
That is correct.
40%.
For a lower paid salary person.
Right, full-time versus part-time. Gotcha.
Okay. Anything else for Mr. Uribe?
No, sir, just want to thank you for...
No. I'll get to you in a moment. Anything on this side? Okay. Mr. Uribe, do you have anything more for us?
No, I do not, sir.
You have a projection on the game tomorrow.
Projections
of the Super Bowl.
Oh, my projections. That's hot topic.
Think about it.
I don't want to run into complications.
Everybody get ready because Kintner's supporting the Patriots. So. I'm just saying, we don't have to hold that against his budget, but, okay. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Now, is Liz able to do this from over there? Or does she have
No, I'm coming here.
Okay.
I want to come there.
Absolutely. Good.
Because to do things easily, that's not her name.
She should do and go wherever she wants.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's over here. Whatever you want to do, as long as it's here. Are you ready? We're on.
It's on. Are you turned it on?
Is the TV on?
Well,
Yeah. Hey.
Back me up, okay?
Yes.
So we now have Elizabeth Fritzen, our clerk. We're going to ask you to give us any of your achievements in 2016 and highlights for 2017.
Thank you, Mayor.
Microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, you received the report, so I'm not going to go through everything, but goals for 2017, I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. My number one goal is to bring an engineering technician or professional into this room and get the TV, audio, video straightened out. Second one, and I'll be talking about that later in the Capitol. The goal is to redo our codification or all of our ordinances. And that's in my capital. And I'm going to say a third one, that I want to get involved in some kind of login system for the open public records requests, something that's more of a professional tracker than how we're doing it. It's been fine the way it's been working out, but we're getting really upwards, over 750 open public records requests, and I could be on the low side on that. And we have had absolutely no issues, but you could get, we did have, you're correct, one issue, which we had to defend ourselves on. And I don't want that to happen again, so I'm checking out some software on that. All right, so the accomplishments for 2016. Again, I mentioned the Oprah for the accomplishments, which is huge, and my deputy is predominantly the person that handles the incoming Oprahs and disseminates them to the various departments and keeps track of them. Because as you know, we have 7 business days to comply, and we do periodically ask for extensions. And I wanted to say that another accomplishment is anytime you have a presidential election every, obviously, 4 years, if we could have a successful election operationally here in Maplewood with all voters' rights protected, I consider that a success. And we continue to have more and more township events, of which the clerk's office is now handling the incoming paperwork for all township event applications. And additionally, all the Woodland, which is pretty much just something going on there every day. The Woodland, the Community Center are the 2 big ones, and Bergdorf Center for Performing Arts. So the other thing would be the online ABC licenses. And that has been successful after its 2nd year. And that's all that I'm going to highlight at this point. Did you want to do the Township Committee budget first or the clerk's budget first?
Township Committee.
Can we spell stationary correctly next year?
Do our best, of course.
Really? Only in here that it's.
I have a question on line 203, special events.
Yes.
It's going from 4,500 to 8,000. It says, a note here says additional events. You'll be invited. Yeah, what events are we going to miss out on? So what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Well, I think we're talking about not necessarily more special events, but some of the things that we are providing at the special events, like the volunteer dinner event. And we're making giveaways for the volunteers. Last couple of years, it's been pins. Now we're looking at bags or something next year. Veterans Day has certainly gotten bigger, and we've had more expenses just across the board on our special events. But I don't see anything in that line item that talks about we wouldn't be adding any events.
Yeah, but it does leave open because there are some things that we do spontaneously when something happens, like the young lady fencer, things like that, you know.
And then the Green Fair.
Yes, Green Fair.
There's a Green Fair planned for this year.
Yes, it's this year. It's in the fall.
Yeah.
They were going to go to every other year, and then I think that decision was changed.
Yeah, the strategy was to continue it, to keep the momentum versus doing every other year.
We're doing, we're going to put in $2,500 as seed money, but we do have money left over from last year in a trust that remember we were going to gain money and then whatever.
There's no problem. We can meet our obligations for Green Fair?
Yes.
Okay.
And I had a question. The salaries and wages, I know, last year we did a 2% increase, and I recall there was a discussion of whether to just increase 2% every year or whether to defer that, and I'm fine either way, but I just wasn't sure where we had come out on that, whether we were going to do 2% every year or whether we were just going to sort of revisit that at some time down the road. And someone here may have a better memory than I do about what we had decided on that.
2%.
It's not.
Yes, it's not, but it will be.
I think we just agreed to just do 2% a year.
Yes.
Similar to what the employees are getting.
Right.
This is
And we will make sure that.
item 100.
You're going to have to set.
Any other questions on Township Committee budget?
No.
Okay, then we got line items for the clerk. There's nothing really out of, everything's pretty much the same, right?
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about just the elections? We get reimbursed by the county for certain parts of it?
And how the elections go are, the Township of Maplewood pays for the primary ballots to be printed and mailed out. So our rate, which is, I put in $10,000, is based on the number of registered Maplewood voters that we have. And this is not up for negotiation with the county. We have to pay per voter for that mailing. So you're paying for printing and postage.
Just the primary?
Just the primary.
School board election, we don't?
Well, the school
That's
board
in
election's part of the
November now.
general.
In November, the county pays for it?
Correct.
All right, can we go to your capital budget request?
Sure.
This is the general code.
Yes, I think you all know that we use a company called General Code Publishers, who takes care of the codification of all the township ordinances. And as you can see, they have for 23 and 25 years. And this also is an E-code that you see on the township website, which I know you're all familiar with using, and the updates with that. It's time for us to codify the codification of the code. We've had, as you can see, based on the information I have attached for you, we've updated 46 times. We've initiated the general code process in 1991, and it will be time now on both the Township of Maplewood ordinances and our
zoning and development regulations, which is a separate document to be updated. The cost that we have from general code is $23,200, and we could start this once the capital is approved.
So, and is this information portable right to our website?
Yeah, it would be like.
Yeah, E-code, yes.
So you can go online.
Right.
Fine, yes.
Frankly, they brought this up, probably 2 to 3 years, and it wasn't to the point where it really had to be done. Now it has to be done. So I'm promoting and asking for you to support this update.
You put the mic close because we can't hear you.
Say, is it portable to our website? Are you meaning like when E-code updates, it automatically updates our website? Or do we still have to load updates because obviously we just ran into just a couple of days ago, they're not agreeing, so.
The code would be completely updated. There'd be no additional ordinances that were adopted, at least to the point that were adopted and are just, they're waiting to be incorporated into the code. So it'll be all updated. It'll be, we get book versions of it, but most of us depend on the electronic version, and that's hosted somewhere else. And so anyone can go on and have access to it.
But on individual pages, like for instance, with the snow removal, that we would still have to take that and put it on that page, correct?
Yes, you mean in terms of under our departments and,
Right.
yes, yeah, that's our job.
Well, I guess that's the question. Is the thing that we get from them, you just take it and slap it onto the DPW page, so.
Is that a technical term?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Applying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I get
We don't have to re-enter it or anything like that.
No, I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm saying that, yeah, we don't, I'm not sure, because that was written by someone in the construction department. We can find out if we can cut and paste.
Right.
It, but we needed a little narrative on that, and that's why it is the way it is. It isn't exactly.
Right, we don't have Sonia, because I want to make sure that our content management system is capable of handling this.
No, this is our, in other words, when we change an ordinance or you update something, it's really up to the department head to go through their page and reflect it. Now, if it's in, they can take whole sections of the code, and my understanding is, and we have to double check it, is they can put it in there, like from the code.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yes, but it doesn't do it automatically. Doesn't say, oh, there is a section.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying.
Systems don't talk.
Yeah, they do not talk.
Right, but being able to go on that, you know, I go on the online set of codes.
E-code.
Okay, and then you can hit what you want and you can export it into something.
Yes, yes. We can do that.
You still want to have somebody have to type it again or stuff like that.
Yeah, but there's sometimes that they want to have like kind of an
Yeah, you can put
explanation.
something on, but you can, yeah.
Yeah, and then link to it
Right.
by kind of saying, yeah,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
So is the E-code is updated, with the print version obviously is not, so any amendments to ordinances. gets-
Believe it or not, the print version could be updated.
Right, I know that.
We have some people that manage a book.
Right.
But every time we pass an ordinance, it gets updated?
Every time that we pass an ordinance, we send it to a thing called Easy Sup. And then it becomes available right away.
That's what we're having for lunch, right? Easy subs?
Easy Sup. For example, we have an update that's coming out for a codification update. As soon as I answer 3 questions, again, we sent them ordinances and they had questions about language and where to insert it. So Roger and I are working with General Code right now for our most recent update. But I've been pretty diligent in doing anywhere from 4 to 6 updates a year.
So it's.
Keep us on track.
Right, but it's not like you passed it on Tuesday and on Wednesday or Thursday. It's in there. They do it
Never expect such a thing.
every so often. They take them and then they're posted as ordinances and also incorporated into the
Right, got it.
So I'm encouraging you to provide this.
Right, okay. And there's a couple of open space trust funds requests from the township committee, but we'll just put that in the open space trust fund conversation. Is there any other questions for Ms. Fritzen? Nope. Ms. Fritzen, would you like to make any last comments to us?
Just say no.
I can see you, Mayor, a lot better when I sit at this table.
Yeah, I can see you.
I had to have Mr. McGee move his notebook this morning.
Maybe we should move you.
I have to make eye contact with you, Mr.
Maybe we should move you.
Front from now on.
How come I didn't get to introduce myself like everybody else?
I did, I introduced you. You were special.
Go ahead, Liz, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, we're running late.
Yes.
Come on.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Next up, tab number 17, the Open Space Trust Fund.
Okay, good. You'll sit in the seat.
All right, thank you. That actually would be much easier. That actually would be a good idea. I think they do the books before they negotiate.
Okay.
Good. Then everybody wants a change there. Okay, so,
They have copies. They have a colored copy of.
yeah, we have like 3 copies for each request.
In this form as well, right?
Yep, we do have that also, yeah. So we're going to ask you
Introduce myself?
Yes, that would be.
to introduce yourself, and then we'll go through the requests. Or you can make it, whatever you want to say about the overall.
Okay.
And then if you want to go through each of the requests.
Gary's not coming up?
He's got it covered. Got it covered. Tim Wolfinger, I'm the chair of the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee.
Tim, could you hold the mic? I'm sorry, but when people on TV are watching, all one of them.
Tim Wolfinger, chairman of the Open Space Trust Fund Committee, Advisory Committee. And do you need an address?
No.
No longer.
No, otherwise people, we'll just post resident. We'll just post your address up. Don't worry about it.
Got it. Cell number.
I would hope you're resident.
Where's Sonia? Because we lost our, ask the TC.
She'll be right back.
Okay.
She had it.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so the funding for 2017 is approximately $305,698. That's where we're starting from in new funds. And I'm just going to work from the top of this form down. So the first line item there is the DeHart project. This is payments on a previous commitment.
Hold on a minute. We don't have that.
All right.
We don't have extra
Yes,
for it.
it's in the back of the clerk. What, this? This was in your hand up today.
With the yellow.
All right.
It's here.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Well, all right. So again, starting at the top, the first line item is the DeHart project loan repayment. This is obviously a previous commitment. Payment of $55,192 through 2031. The second line item is the 106 Burnett Avenue loan repayment. This year, the request for the repayment is $39,067. Again, this is a annual payment through 2026. I think the total was a little over $400,000. Just a point of clarification here is that the committee did want to point out that while there was ample funding this year, they did recommend the payment coming from the Open Space Trust Fund. However, this isn't a particular purchase that was voted on or recommended by the committee prior to the purchase. The third item is the DeHart Pathway and Park Improvement. This came from the engineering department. Request was for $20,000. This is for
This is for pathway improvements to the park, basically to manage the pedestrian circulation. Additionally, there was some fitness stations installed, so it's getting additional traffic. Beyond the pathway improvements, it's also for mulching those new recreation areas and fitness stations. That was voted on and recommended to move forward with that at $20,000. Next line item is the athletic field maintenance. This is for all fields across the parks, seed, fertilization, aeration, and prepping for play. The request there comes from Public Works, $20,000, and it was recommended by a majority vote. Again, it includes all parks, all fields, Borden, Maple Crest, Memorial, and Orchard. Third item, DeHart Organic Field Maintenance. This is an annual request as well, coming from Public Works. Request is for $20,000. This is for seed, fertilization, both granular and liquid feeding of the field, and any unforeseen maintenance that's required to maintain play, specifically any drainage-related issues with DeHart. Was voted on and recommended by a majority vote, $20,000. Fourth item is the Maplewood Rutgers internship for Memorial Park. This goes through, comes from Rutgers. This is it's 3 interns working in conjunction with the Maplewood Historic Preservation Committee, the DPW, and the Garden Club. The work involved here involves planting and maintaining of shrubs, trees, and landscape restoration, again in line with historic preservation. The request there was for $18,000. It's roughly a 4-month program and was voted on and passed by majority vote. Number 5 is a seasonal park worker attendant. This comes from Recreation. The request is for $18,500. This is a temporary employee, basically working to maintain the bathrooms, the trash, and the parks on the weekends and secure and ensure that all the facilities are clean and secure. Again, annual request, voted on and passed by a majority, again for $18,500. Number 6 is a Memorial Park bridge evaluation study. Comes from Engineering Department. The request for $20,000 is to have a qualified structural engineer to provide recommendations on maintenance and repair and/or replacement of bridges in Memorial Park, obviously in line and working with Maplewood Historic, the Park Memorial, Maplewood, the Conservancy. Request was $20,000, voted on and recommended by a majority. Number 7 is for merry-go-round playground equipment. This is for Memorial. The next line item under it is for the installation. So the Memorial, the equipment itself is $48,16. The following line item is for $2,000. Both come from Recreation. We did vote and approve the recommendation moving forward for those amounts. The point there is just to make sure that no purchase of equipment is made before everything is in line with historic preservation. Number 9 is the installation of an expression swing set in DeHart Park. This is equipment that was recommended for purchase in the previous years, from the previous year's Open Space Trust Fund. However, when they requested that, they did not request the actual installation costs. So this is to install for a previous year request.
But we have the equipment in hand, we just,
I don't know that they actually purchased the equipment, but I don't think
That
the swing. Did we purchase the expression swing or
That expression swing, Joe, that we saw at League?
No, but we did not transfer the funds back to, I don't believe that that was on the,
Unallocated?
Oh,
They
good.
weren't spent.
So I thought.
So we have unallocated, but if we can put the money in to install it, we'll get it back to buy.
okay. Well, the point being that it was recommended the year before, if the funds came back, we can work that through.
Yeah.
Okay. This is for the installation for that equipment. It is it's $3,000 was the request and voted on and recommended by the majority of the group. Number 10 was a request from REC for automatic locks on the tennis courts. This was a request for $24,000 due to some folks using the courts for purposes other than tennis, specifically walking dogs and pets. We had brought up the request and said perhaps we just pass an ordinance. Is there a possibility of passing an ordinance? I know you already did that, so the recommendation was not passed by our group. Number 11 is for the bocce court at Walter Park. Request came from REC for $2,061. This is for to purchase the new oyster shell topping for the bocce court itself, and some basic updates to the bench area and upkeep. That was voted on and passed by a majority of the group as well. Number 12, we received a request for the Maplewood Railway River Greenway, the Phase 1 of the project from Environmental Advisory Committee. At the time when we received it, this has been an ongoing project that stalled several times. The committee showed great interest. Obviously, this is very much in line with the open space for the town, and is interested in moving forward with the project should it get re-energized, and I believe that is already in process. So as we move forward, if the request needs to come in for, I believe the original request was for some funding for feasibility study, we would be willing to obviously review and feel good about that project. And last was the Maplewood Village public area landscaping maintenance. This came from the Maplewood Village Alliance. It was a request of $6,000 for Baker Street and Rickleton and some of the parking areas to work on the landscaping and the maintenance of the landscaping. The committee had a couple of issues here. One specifically, that Rickleton is really the only open space, really only kind of park area. The rest of those areas, parking facilities, parking lots and stuff, that's come up in the past from Springfield Avenue Alliance and was not recommended. So the group did not feel comfortable moving forward with that. As far as Rickleton, I think that there would be interest in working on that, but with everything that's going on down there, the idea was to wait until that passes. And I'm sure you may have recommendations or requests to come at that time. If so, we will certainly review that and consider it for approval. Those recommendations that we did approve amounted to, came to a total of $222,636. Again, the request, the approximate funding was $305,698, 27, variance of just a little over $83,000. We have been working with Mr. Uribe to maintain and keep an update on the unallocated balance for the Open Space Trust Fund. This is obviously a moving number as projects are completed and funds are spent, but that is approximately $314,000. Sweet. With that variance this year of $83,000, we're looking at having a balance after this of about $397.50. But I did hear that you had a couple other items that you wanted to discuss as well, I believe. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, no. Okay.
No, they were included.
Oh, they're included. They're good. So that's the number.
So I just want to give you an update on 12 and 13. The Greenway, I've had conversations with the owner of the gas station and the owner of the former MAP building. And then it appears that the price for the wooded area behind the gas station and what we would have to do in order to make that safe may be beyond feasibility, the cost benefit. And then the path along the river on the behind the MAP building, there's a significant concern about safety, the bank, if we start walking people back and forth there. So I think we're now flipping it to Dunnell Road, doing something there, both a bike path and walking path. There still may be some possibility if we wanted to grab that wooded area, because in the plan, that's supposed to be like an education area. Right. So that still might be something we can talk about. It's just going to have more conversations with the owner of the gas station. On Wednesday, we spoke with the school board, and we made it very clear with them that we wanted to just focus on the student parking lot from Jefferson to West Parker. They've agreed to give us access to do a study, to understand the bank, and to give them a plan as to how we can satisfy their parking needs and also the Greenway.
Okay.
So they would actually, I think, like it because they have students walking in that little stretch between Jefferson and where the parking lot expands, and it's eroding there. So they have a safety concern too. So I think we can probably work something out with the school board. And so we may need some money in that regard to do some study of the banking and how we can shore that up over there. So, and then from there we would go into Chesowitz and connect. South Orange was also at the meeting and expressed their agreement with us that this is an important thing to connect the two towns. So the school board's on notice. They seem to be willing to work with us on it, and that's what we're going to pursue.
Okay. We have quarterly meetings. We'll be meeting again probably in March and so forth. So we'll certainly review, and whatever updates we have, we'll take it into consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
And on the 13, on the Rickleton, I agree with you. We really don't know exactly what's going to happen. So there's one corner of the area where the old newspaper boxes used to be, and that's supposed to become a little plaza area. There's also going to be a loading zone that gets put back there. So not in the park, but just adjacent to the park. Sonia and I met with the Realtor Group, the North Jersey Realtor Group, and they have a public space grant program.
Okay.
And I'm thinking of going to them for that because of the realtors in Maplewood Village that are members of this association could be our advocates. And so that might be something where we could get a private grant, but we might need some public money, so we could do a public-private thing.
In addition to, I forgot to mention that I believe that years ago, before my time here, the Open Space Trust Fund Committee did recommend and approve a sprinkler system, which was installed. And there were some, I guess, issues with it over time. I know that DPW has looked into that, and that's going to be remediated in the spring, as you know, because it makes sense to do it now.
Right.
So again, as all that starts to come together, if there is additional requests, we would certainly review.
I think, we need to get somebody to come in and help us think it because it's not laid out very well.
Right.
I know the Rotary Club is going to refinish the clock.
Okay.
So they're going to refinish the clock. They're going to put something in there that's going to read a satellite and have the right time all the time.
Nice.
So they're going to do that. It's going to cost them a nice chunk of change to do that. But we have those little benches, those cement benches towards the north end that just don't kind of fit. And we have the other. So I think somebody to think through how maybe we can get that a little better.
Okay.
So any questions on what's presented to us? I think there's some feeling here by one member about the expression swing isn't the most important thing to do. So that might be a conversation to have.
Yeah, but how much, do you remember how much was the?
That actually wasn't, I can go back and look I mean, how much the swing, the purchase was?
Yeah, well, we didn't purchase
But the
apparently, so.
we actually didn't recommend, that request came in after the process
Oh, right,
last year.
okay.
But the grant request was for 3,000.
That's just for installation.
No, I'm sorry, that's the installation.
It's just the
I have to go back and look.
around 3,000.
Okay.
So like 6,000.
I can find that out and send it to you. I have it.
Just seems like a lot of money for one swing.
I believe it's for
Yeah, it's for
handicapped and
parental-
disabled as well, you know.
Back
So
in the day, we used
secure,
to just hold our kid on our lap and swing.
that- Yeah.
They're all
might be an
grown up
insurance
and
issue.
doing fine.
Okay, do you have anything more for us?
I do not.
We okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your
Thanks very
service.
much.
Great presentation.
Thanks for all your work on
Excellent.
this committee, by the way. It's a lot.
Okay, we are going to take a break until 1:30 where we have Public Works and Recycling.
Calvin's here for lunch, I guess.
Oh, man.
Calvin came for the.
Okay, so. And you prepared a whole section on the asphalt meter, right?
Leave the asphalt alone.
Okay, we're gonna get back to, Public Works, Section 10. The box from last year. Okay, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you to introduce yourself, and, we've received your narrative and also all your budget sheets. We've received your capital requests.
Yes.
We've received, you have a couple of personnel requests. I think one is a merit increase or not.
I'm not sure about.
Okay, well, when we get to them, I'll see, but, if there's any merit here, we won't speak about the individual, but.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't you give us, again, introduce yourself and give us anything you want to say about this year, and, a couple of highlights about what you've accomplished this year, and a couple of highlights that you want to do next year.
Okay. My name is Calvin.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have to use the microphone. You have to hold it.
That's pretty small.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Calvin Bell. I'm the Director of Public Works for the Township of Maplewood. For 2016, the Department of Public Works, or DPW as I like to call it, has been extremely busy. It's been another busy year. It's always busy. Some of the things that we've done over the year, we've done over 6,000 work orders in all, and that encompasses our automotive division, our facilities division, road division, and parts division. These divisions take care of things such as obviously repairing vehicles for the township, maintaining parts, maintaining all of the municipal facilities, and maintaining things like the streets, roadways, anything that's township owned, that's what they do. And 6,000 total work orders is a significant amount, improving upon last year. Another one of the highlights from 2016 was the amount of trees that we did plant. We planted over 100 trees in 2016. Most of these were street trees that are adjacent to in front of most people's properties. The third thing that was a highlight of 2016 was our lawn and field management program. In 2016, I've had 3 men within the department receive certification as organic lawn care professionals. This would assist us greatly going forward in the maintenance of a field such as DeHart Field, as well as the other parts. While we'll still be using the assistance of private contractors, this now enables us to have the knowledge and the expertise to understand what they're saying and not just rely solely on what they're saying, but to go out there and be proactive and do things that will help the field to improve over the next year and if not future years. One thing that is probably not known that I am proud of in 2016 is that we did file our tonnage report, which is for 2015, but it showed the most we've ever collected as far as the township. We've collected over 19,000 tons of recyclable materials, which far exceeds the previous years of approximately 15,000 tons each year. One of our goals is to improve upon that for the next year, for 2017, and keep that trend going upward. Another goal for 2017 will be our jitney service. I plan to enact another jitney route to service the well-expected increase in we're gonna have to look at those routes. Ridership. And even though there may not be as much as we expected, there are other apartment complexes going up in that area. So there will be an increase in ridership, and we're looking forward to being able to service all of those people. And if necessary, we will be modifying some of the existing routes so that we can service areas of town that may not be covered at this time. DeHart Park, we're going to be partnering with our technicians and experts from Rutgers in the early spring to have them come and give a complete analysis on the field's condition, how it's made up, what we can do organically, and see if we can resolve some of the issues that took place in 2016. Finally, for 2017, I would like to continue our tree replacement program, and I'm planning on putting as much effort and emphasis into this as possible. I'm looking to be extremely aggressive and plant literally as many trees as we can. If not as many as this year, definitely, I'd like to possibly go double what we did in 2016. So we did approximately 100 trees in 2016. I'm hoping that if finances allow, we might be able to do about 200 trees.
Mr. Bell, we just did the Open Space Trust Fund.
Yes.
You had made no request to them for anything, correct, for trees?
No additional requests for trees are the usual request of about $30,000, I believe.
It's 35.
35.
There was nothing on their spreadsheet, right?
Yeah, it didn't,
What was it for?
35 for tree planting in the parks.
Yeah, in the parks, why?
Open space.
Yeah, I didn't see that on there.
No, that's what
No,
we're
it's
saying.
not on there.
Yeah, okay.
No, there was no request for that.
Really?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you need to do that, and
Yes.
also, as I talked with Mr. Bell about utilizing the unallocated funds from last year, because no trees were planted in the park with the open space money last year, and maybe increasing, basically using both years, requesting more money from OSTF to plant what wasn't planted in 2016.
Well, the way that we do that is you'd ask for double for
what I'm
2017 because
Yeah, that's
16's gone.
that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And if I may, also in addition to the budgetary amounts that will be allocated, we will be planting, or the plan is to plant more trees by the department as opposed to subcontracting all of those plantings of the trees. So that should definitely allow us to max out on the amount of trees we can put in place this year.
Okay. Okay, do you have anything else you want to say about 17?
That's pretty much it for 2017.
Okay, we're going to go through your line items, and there might be questions.
Which one would you start with?
First one would be Public Works Administrative salaries. I'm just going to go right through them.
Okay.
And if anyone has questions, they can go on. I have a couple on, this is under automotive. This is line 201.
Okay. Gasoline?
So you're projecting a 10 to 15% increase in fuel costs?
Yes, according to a couple of federal websites that I've gone on to, they're projecting an increase in fuel costs, approximately a 10 to 15% increase. So therefore, I'm likewise requesting an increase in my budgetary line item.
Okay. It's a pretty significant increase, right?
Right, but, you know, OPEC has met and said that they were going to pull their numbers down, so.
Were you at that meeting?
No, well, I stepped out at that.
You stepped out, okay. And the parts and repairs, again, you're just talking about this is normal increase, and then this is 5,000 for the fuel test tanks. What is that about?
Well, we have underground storage tanks for fuel, diesel fuel as well as gasoline. Because of the age of these tanks, they require more testing, and it is an expensive, it's approximately $5,000 to conduct all the necessary tests on these. So I just wanted to make sure that we have this allocated.
Okay. Anybody have any, we're going to keep going if people have questions.
Sticking on autos, Mr. Bell, could you discuss the extent to which our auto services offset costs or bring in revenues by performing services for other townships?
We perform services not just for the Township of Maplewood's vehicles, we also do repairs for South Orange Police Departments, as well as Springfield Fire Department. We have it set up so that once the repairs come in, they will compensate us for it.
Okay. And so that offsets some of the costs that we're seeing here are expenses that we pay and then bring in some on the revenue side when we perform services.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We're getting now into some really heavy-duty increases. This is the disposal, 201, 701, 26, 305, 305, 201. This is going from 20,000 to 30,000. This is the Keegan landfill being closed.
Yes. I'm requesting an increase in this line item because, as you stated, Keegan landfills, where we used to bring all of our street sweepings, has closed in 2016. We're now mandated by the County of Essex to bring all of our street sweepings down to Newark. When we were going to Keegan, it cost approximately $700 per truck. When we go to Newark, this price is going to be approximately $1,400 per truck. So it's going to be at least double what we were paying previously.
So is this the street sweeper?
Yes.
Is this anything else that, like, no bulk or anything like that?
We do other disposal
That's
out of this
somewhere else.
account, but the majority of this will be to accommodate the street sweepings.
So the bulk also is increasing by 10,000. Right at the bottom of the same page. 42.
Okay.
It's 202.
No, it's 12.5, 12.5.
No, I'm looking at the bottom, budget fund total. 32.5, 42.5.
Yeah, that's for the whole,
Okay.
if you go up to two,
Got it.
okay. But there is another increase in recycling. These are huge.
Yeah.
Huge,
Say it like that, please.
huge. 205 recycling pickup?
Yes. Shall I go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay. In the past, when recyclables actually, let me start over. When recyclables are collected, they're taken down to Giordano Recycling in Newark. This is a company that does the marketing of the recyclables, tries to find people who get companies.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. That's the disposal of recyclables, going from 8,000 to 74,000. Then there's also the increase in 205, which is the recycling pickup.
Right.
So so just on that one, you say that we have a existing contract that expires, but we have a 1-year renewal option.
Correct.
Is this the number for the renewal?
No, that was the number anticipating if we were to go out to bid again.
Okay.
I've already received notification from our existing contractor that they would like to renew the current contract, and I plan on using Basso Recycling again for another year.
And will it be at the same rate?
Yes, it'll be at the same rate.
So we won't have to go up $18,000 there.
I'm sorry?
We won't have to go up 18,000.
No.
So it'll be at 232.
Yes.
So, 205.
That's 205.
So,
yes, I did receive notice from Basso, like I said, that they do want to.
okay, so that's a savings of 18. Okay, so then let's go down to the disposal of recyclers. This is what you're talking about, Giordano.
Yes. Giordano has informed me that due to a significant downward trend in the marketing of recyclables, that we can expect to pay significantly more. In the past, Giordano was paying us for about the last 4 to 5 years, and it started getting less and less. In 2016, I believe, that was the first year that we actually started to pay them any significant amount. Now for 2017, because the marketing has changed so significantly, they are projecting that we will be paying the amount roughly that I've requested.
Okay.
So are we in a contract with this particular Giordano? I mean.
Yes, we have an annual contract with them. We go out to bid at the end of the year to obtain various, the best possible bid, the best possible contract for the township. But they've been the one we've been using for the last few years, as far as I can tell.
At this point, we have it.
Yes.
We are in agreement with them for 2017.
Yes.
What was your last comment?
We're in agreement with them right now. We're in agreement with them, so this is a cost we're going to incur, according to this.
So this is, you can see a problem with the increases that was last year because we can't market the recyclables. And not to be political, but a lot of our recyclables go to China and other places. And if there's any dislocation in the trade balance going forward, this could even be more of a problem. This is actually, we're going to be paying for everything anyway.
Exactly.
Could become more of a problem. I mean, this is the difficulty of doing the right thing, because you could, you're paying $44 a ton. We were getting paid $44 a ton, right?
Yes.
And now we're going to have to pay 25 per ton? Or is that 225?
About 25 per ton.
25 per ton, okay.
And we have in the past had to pay over the years.
Oh, yeah.
But it typically goes back and,
So we have a recycling trust fund. How does that impact this, if it does at all?
Do we have any money in that to offset any of this?
We consider the amount that we had in the.
We consider the amount that we had in the trust fund in order to come up with these appropriations. So this is the balance in the trust fund is deducted from this appropriation. What is the balance right now? I cannot remember. I'll have to double check because it gets charged. pretty much
So
on a
let us know,
basis.
because, this is going from 8,000 to 74,000, so it's a huge jump. Okay?
This is why we need green teams in.
You want to burn it?
That's why I'm
Okay.
always lecturing about buying these things instead of using these things. Nowhere to go anymore.
I had a question I couldn't find. You can help me. Signs. We've been talking a lot about street signs.
Yes.
Where would I find that? Is it in streets?
That would be in our facilities,
In the facilities?
building maintenance. excuse me.
Oh, okay. That's why I couldn't find it. I was looking in streets. Yeah, I don't see it there.
Now, we don't have a specific line item for that.
No, we had a line item. All right.
You identify for me where the the tree leaf pickup stuff is? What line the leaf pickup costs? Are they separated out? I see spring rake out, but I can't find. Or is that,
There's transport of leaves, 206. Where? 203. What's the first numbers? Oh, yeah, here it is, signs, okay. No, there's no pages on here. So it's 701, 23, 300, 304, 203. I see, okay, I missed it. You're increasing it from 7 to 12, and you made a note, adding for pedestrian safety initiative, good.
okay, so, oh, there it is. Where's the leaf?
Oh, that would be under recycling. That would be account number 206 at the end. Yes, transport of leaves.
That's the pickup too? Or that's just the transport to our
Yeah, the.
mulcher?
That's after DPW collects the leaves from the streets, that's for the hauler to haul it out of a yard to a disposal recycling.
147.
Yes.
So where, do we have a separate item for the leaf pickup for our salaries?
That's just included in the.
Regular salaries?
Segregated out now.
That's the road crew?
Road does.
Or everybody
That's the
does it?
department, yes, predominantly.
Because, and parks maintenance, 205, 701, for parks and playgrounds, I guess. Seems like it's trending that we're budgeting over for it, but it's never really come that close to the 50 that's budgeted.
Is it parks maintenance?
Yeah, line 205. It seems to be trending well under 50, but 50 is what's always budgeted. Like 2015
You know
was,
what? I'm sorry. What are the 3 digits, the 6 digits prior to the last?
375, 375. and 205. I know, you have too long a budget.
Okay.
What difference?
You see it? Now, your question?
Sorry? Oh, the 50,000 is budgeted under parks maintenance,
Yes?
205. I'm just noticing that the actual has never come up to what's budgeted, and yet we keep budgeting that anyway. So I'm wondering why we're budgeting 50 when we spent 43, or we spent 31 the year before and 46 the year before. I understand but
We have to go to, it's conservative. If you think that it should go down to what we did last year, that's fine, but he's just giving you.
no, I know it's a little, but it just, all right.
It's not
I'm just
that much.
saying that there was 19,000 difference 2 years ago, and, I'm just asking the question.
All right, so are you saying that you think that 43 versus 50 is significant? Oh, and one has an answer. Big budget. Turn up.
When we budget for our expenses, we have to do it conservatively because it is illegal to have over expenditure or budget appropriations. If you expect to spend $47,000, typically you appropriate a little bit of more money, expecting fluctuations in the expenses in that account. It'll be fine if we have $2,000 or $3,000 left, which in the end up as surplus funds. But if the appropriation gets overexpended, then we'll be in trouble because it's illegal. The budget law doesn't allow you to have over expenditures. So it's a conservative way of budgeting.
What is this for?
This is used primarily for the contract with South Orange, our shared service, for the mowing of the large turf areas.
Mowing.
Right. That's where the majority of this contract would be used.
Isn't that pretty set? Is that a set contract, like just we pay $43,600?
No, it goes out to bid every year.
Goes out to bid every year?
Yes.
I actually would say, if we have, in my mind, there's at least $5,000 or $6,000 more we ought to do to maintain the parks. We ought to spend this up to the amount.
Yeah, I'd rather spend it on
Yeah, we ought to spend up.
All right.
Yeah, no, whatever, it's a contract, so that's
Right,
gonna be
I
a bid,
understand.
that's gonna be the bid. But, I think that we can talk about it in engineering public works. If you have money left over in parks maintenance, then we can figure out a strategy to try to do some more maintenance in our parks.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good.
Okay.
That I like better.
Okay. Anybody else have,
I have a roads question.
yes, sir.
So it's not a specific line item, but Mr. Bell, I'm wondering, it seems, and maybe just we've been fortunate so far this winter that hasn't been a very heavy snow winter, but it does seem as though the conditions of the roadways in town are improved, and several residents have commented to me that it seems like, the potholes are not as big an issue as they used to be, with the exception of the New Jersey Transit lot, which is horrendous. I'm wondering if maybe you could talk a little bit about both the personnel and the equipment, and sort of how things have evolved. And, first, do you agree that things have gotten better? And second, can you sort of talk about that?
In comparison to last year, I think the roads are in better condition. Like you said, primarily because there's been less precipitation, less snowfall. So therefore, you figure with each snowfall, with the amount of salt that we put down, that will help to create a lot more potholes. Due to the absence of snow, less salt, less potholes. One of the things that we're doing is we try to immediately, as soon as a pothole appears, send out a crew, repair it. I work with engineering, I partner with engineering to make sure that we've identified certain areas that may be trouble spots. I partner with the foreman of our road department. We routinely patrol the township so that the moment we see anything, we can get it repaired. We also pay attention to resident complaints that show up on Civic Plus, and we try to make sure that any pothole that we receive a complaint from is repaired, hopefully within about 24 hours. As far as equipment, we have purchased in 2016 a asphalt heater, something we call a hot box, which would allow us to make permanent repairs to the potholes. With this hot box, the asphalt to stay heated, so therefore you're using the permanent sealant as opposed to using the cold patch, which is just temporary. You put that down, within a few weeks, it's up. Now we can make a permanent repair, and it'll also allow us to repair larger areas going forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, I've, had two different residents in the past month tell me, the roads are much better this year. I don't know what you guys are doing, but, so I wanted to pass that compliment along. Thank you.
We're doing global warming. That's what we're doing.
Well, that may be the case, but, I think, my other questions are really on some of the later items.
Okay. Can we move to capital?
That's where I have some questions.
So your first capital is security system for Public Works.
Yes.
Do we have a security system now?
We have a fence.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, but we do not have any type of cameras and/or alarms at the facility.
We used to have a couple of cameras there, but
Okay. So you made your argument here that we need it.
I think with the amount of equipment that we have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of vehicles and equipment. In this day and age, it would be prudent to make sure that everything is secured as much as possible.
Okay. Okay, let's move to the next one. Rooftop HVAC unit for DeHart Community Center.
Yes, DeHart Center currently has 4 rooftop units. Two of them have been replaced. This one is the original one from when that building was first erected. It's failing. It might even be inoperative at this time, but it's definitely time to replace it. This works year-round. It provides heat as well as air conditioning. So that continual use for who knows how many years has seen better days.
So we have this agreement with Elite Properties, the Maplewood Crossing developer. But they're supposed to do $140,000. We are about to get, you haven't received anything from Elite yet, have you?
Mayor Paul Kim, Township Engineer, we did in fact meet with Elite Properties and went over some preliminary estimates. They're going to make some revisions to those estimates, and by next week, we should have finalized estimates, and they're in conformance with the cost of.
So there's no wiggle room if we tried to get $14,000 out of them to do this HVAC unit?
There may be some wiggle room
Okay.
to adjust the scope of work a little if we had to.
So let's take a look at that and see if we can do that.
Look, we actually got very preferred pricing, and one of the things we looked at doing on top of the scope that we had was a roof.
Okay.
Basically adding a new layer of the roof, which, there's multiple leaks, we felt that was important.
Okay.
So.
All right, so let's look at this and see, we might squeeze it out of that or squeeze some of it out of that, and we can.
Yeah, we can talk about it next.
Okay.
Engineering, Public Works.
Okay, your third one, acquisition of a new stump grinder.
Yes, the stump grinder, for those who may not know, when we remove a tree, when we saw it in half, there's a stump remaining. This is the piece of equipment that's used to remove that stump. With the amount of removals that we do, the one that we have has seen better days. It's been around for approximately 25, 30 years. Now it's costing more to repair it, that it's not even worth the effort. After 25 years, it's definitely time that this is replaced.
Okay.
And by removing stumps as quickly as possible, it allows us to then plan to replacement tree once the tree is removed.
Okay. Then you have a dump truck.
The dump trucks are the workhorse of the department. We have a vehicle here that this will be replacing. It's been around since 1995. Next to a loader, the dump truck is the most important vehicle in the Public Works Department.
How many dump trucks do we have roughly?
Of this size, I believe we have approximately 5.
And these are used for plowing, hauling?
These are used for plowing, hauling, salt spreading, everything that we do, tree removal, leaf removal, roadway repairs. When we excavate a road, all the debris goes into the dump truck. So these are used on a daily basis.
Do we know the mileage on these dump trucks?
I could get the mileage for you. I don't have it right now, but this is the type of thing that you probably, on most public works vehicles, you probably won't see significant mileage. You can have a vehicle that's 10 years old that doesn't even have 10,000 miles, but it's the hours behind it, it's the wear and tear that affects the vehicle. So although this is since 1995, I'm sure the mileage may be significant. I can email that information to you, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's not as high as you think it may be.
It'd be good to see, I guess, all 5 of the dump trucks, the years and the mileage on all of them.
I'm sorry?
It'd be good to see all 5 dump trucks, see the years and the mileage on all.
Not a problem.
Okay, next is your Pro Melt. This is the roadway striping.
Yes. The Thermo Laser Pro Melt is a piece of equipment that's used to put stripes on the street, whether it's the white stripe at a stop bar or the yellow stripe that divides two lanes, I should say. This is a piece of equipment that we've never had, but I believe it's something that we can definitely use as we're being very safety conscious going forward. Right now, anytime we need to do any type of striping, engineering has to pay for a contractor to come in. Sometimes we have a situation where it's not a big project, but the striping definitely needs to be updated. This will save us a tremendous amount of money in the long haul. It's something that, it's another piece of equipment that's definitely needed.
Is this something we talked about, trying to find a shared service to share a piece of striping?
We did mention it in one of our meetings.
Right.
At the price of this, I think we may be better off and just purchasing it ourselves, because this is a piece of equipment that takes a lot of abuse, and it's not something that you really want to just start sharing with other municipalities, because then it's a matter of maintenance, cleaning, things of that nature, and the slightest little thing could make it inoperative.
And the sewer camera comes under engineering? It's not yours?
Engineering, yes.
And just so, since we have you here, do you want to give an opinion or inform us as to whether you think this is a good purchase or not, and what you think we ought to do?
I think that we should definitely proceed moving forward with the purchase of this sewer camera. The price, well, let me back up. Our infrastructure is constantly aging. Every year, our sewer mains get more and more deteriorated, and the cost to have them cambered by a professional is extremely expensive. Also, when you're doing roadway repairs, it's best to camera the line and see what's going on ahead of time than to put a brand new road down and 6 months later you find out that there was a problem that could have been resolved earlier in the game. So therefore, that's another cost-saving measure. We were not digging up any of our roads that we recently or plan on repaving. So I think that it's definitely something that we should proceed with. I think Paul and myself, I think we'll both see the cost savings in a relatively short period of time.
So the way this would work is that you would have somebody on your crew that would be trained to use two bodies to be trained on this. So if we were in a relationship with Irvington or Milburn or South Orange and they needed us, they would rent not only the system, but they would rent our personnel too.
Yes.
Or contract for us.
Yes, they would reimburse us for any manpower lost while our men were servicing their areas, their townships.
Which would mean that those people would not be available to Calvin and the DPW to use them, whatever they're doing on that particular day. And let's assume that we get two other towns. That could add up in terms of personnel and decrease the amount of work that they're getting done. So we have to think about that too.
Well, didn't we think about, when we were talking about this shared service agreement with the other municipalities, maybe we should have, I know if we're buying it, we haven't really played with the idea of every town chipping in to purchase, and then each town having a trained employee, so that the equipment is really what's being lent out as opposed to this staff.
We did discuss that in great lengths. We discussed it with the person who was the sales rep too. The problem is that it's a fine piece of equipment and can easily be damaged, and we don't want any equipment coming back to us with finger pointing. Well, no, we got it that way. No, things like that.
That's right, I forgot that.
Yeah, so that's really the issue on the $100,000.
Sort of like how you blame your sibling for something.
Exactly. My sister did do it.
Right.
So do we have commitment by South Orange, or do we have any commitments from other municipalities?
I have written to them, I've shown them, it looks like Irvington is very interested. They also like the idea of having Maplewood be the lead agency and supplying the labor to, do the actual things. I have not heard from Milburn, South Orange.
Milburn was present at the demonstration.
Right,
South Orange wasn't.
South Orange and, where was one other?
Union?
Union?
Was it? No,
No.
it was Irvington, South Orange,
South
and
Orange and
Milburn.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm also in the process of obtaining additional quotes for this. I attended a demonstration in South Orange about a week ago, and their sales rep will be sending me some additional quotes, and we'll see what they look like compared to what we have. Okay. Once I have it, I'll forward it to the governing
Yeah, I
body.
just feel like we can't even really figure out whether we want to commit to this capital purchase without knowing, whether or not we have a contract with other municipalities.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
but we have time. I mean, this process is going to go on. You probably won't you probably have another 6 weeks before you would introduce an ordinance, so we have time.
And every town actually would have to do the same. They'd have to introduce.
Depending.
If we're going to do a shared capital.
Right.
They'd have to introduce their portion in their budget similar to what we'd have to do the whole thing.
Right.
We would have a revenue on the other
Offset.
side, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. If that's the way, and I think we need to talk about that in planning.
Okay.
Engineering and.
Public Works.
Yes, and Public Works.
Okay, you have two positions you're asking for, both new. One is the jitney bus driver. We're clear about that because if you have a new jitney route, you're going to need a new driver.
Yes, 2 drivers. It's a part-time position. We need an AM shift and a PM shift.
Okay. And then the next one you want an additional maintenance worker.
And that would be for our road department. Our road department, actually, our entire department could use additional staffing.
Yeah.
But this one in particular, I feel we definitely have a need for another body. On a typical day, we may send out 2 sweepers. We may have somebody maintaining the sewer system, or 2 guys on the sewer system. We'll have somebody in our recycling department, and then we're sending out a crew to take care of potholes and roadway repairs. Now, that crew may be only 2 people. We literally don't have the manpower to do what we need to do with just 2 people on something like that. So I think it's time that we definitely increase our manpower in this department.
Any questions? Yes.
I just have 3 quick ones. I know we're short on time, and I hate to go back to line items, but on the last 9 digits, 300, 304, 203, which is the signage, we're increasing about 4,000 in change for pedestrian safety. Is that increase based on buying new signs or repairing some of the signs which have been damaged by drivers?
Mostly the repairing of signs, but not just ones that have been damaged by drivers. We've already conducted a survey of the entire signage throughout the township, and we've made an identification of signs that were faded, missing, signs that were damaged by motorists, and this is looking to replace all of these signs.
And these are also signs, like if we introduce new parking regulations, these would be 2-hour parking, no parking here to corner. Those would be these signs also.
Yes. All right, so inclusive of that. Okay. And then, and really quick, and then going back, because I have to say the Giordano contract's, unique. And the point being is that when we look at the go to bid next year, is it possible to discuss, instead of doing a 1-year term contract, a shorter abbreviated term, because this is a market, it fluctuates, and we can actually agree to maybe a 6-month contract versus a 1-year contract, because that keeps us from being locked in. I've talked about this before. We don't get locked in because once we're locked in, we're at the discretion of their pricing.
Definitely, as Joe just said, we can look at that. And I've always preferred to have that option for a second year. But with that one item in particular, I think it would be unlikely for for that company to want to renew it at a second year because the market fluctuates so much that it may be good and they can get all the indicators that the second year would not be beneficial to them. But at least we'll have the option.
I'm saying truncate, instead of doing 1 year, truncate it down to 6 months. Empower us as the township to decide if we want to continue with that contract.
All right.
And then last one really quick, I was looking at line item 412, 208, medical testing. It's $72,900, but we've never gone over, say, 60,000. I was just curious about the variance in that. It's under 412, 208, medical testing under Jitney Services.
You said that was 72,000?
Yep, 72,900. It's under the last 9 digits, 412, 208, under Jitney Services.
What are the
The last 9 digits, 412.
No, that's not.
208.
208?
If I may, that's the control total. That's not the line item total.
Okay, all right, fine.
We only have $200 allocated for that one specific purpose.
What's the control number? Define what a control number is. Define it. Define it. What does it mean?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. The control total is for that one particular O&A, right? And then there's another one that would subtotal O&A and salary and wages. So it's all the 201 to 2, whatever it is, that's your control total.
And then it gets matched with the other, and then you have the department total, which is the whole salary and other expenses.
And then there's a cap for total on the.
Okay, I think we've exhausted your presentation. Unless anyone else has questions? Yes.
I have a quick question. That's to go back to something I asked before. I know we don't own the lot, and this is a question for anyone in the room. Is there something we can do about the horrendous condition of the New Jersey Transit parking lot over by the train station? Because I mean,
right on Maplewood Avenue?
Yeah.
We don't own it.
I know, but I'm just wondering. I mean, like, is New Jersey Transit going to accuse us of trespassing if we go in there and fix the potholes?
Here's the thing, we can go in there and fix the potholes, and we may have to look at the legal ramifications, because if we make a repair and something happens, we may be liable for what was done.
Right.
Okay.
So if it's a pothole and it opens up and someone trips, we may be liable for that, which is why we try to stay away from it.
What I think we need to do is to get a hold of them, tell them there are potholes, et cetera, ask them to repave it or at least repair it. And if they're kind of hesitant, we could offer to do that on a reimbursable basis.
So we're about to do them a big solid because of what's happened, New Jersey Transit.
Yes.
So we ought to say, hey, get over there and fix the potholes.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
You can mention it to Murphy. I don't know if he does it, but Murphy's the real estate guy.
Right.
So why don't you, and then if not, I can talk to Paul or I can talk to Jeff and they know.
So we want to talk to.
Let's do these trees back.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Did you want to say anything else? Did you have a nice time?
I had a great time. In preparation for our engineer, I'd like to say go Patriots.
Oh,
You just ruined your.
okay. Mr. Mayor, one more good night.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Employee? I don't think so.
All right, we have our engineer.
Yeah.
Hello.
We don't want to support 8
Yeah,
residents.
so,
7.
What?
So, tab 7. So, we've received your, information for 2016, 2017. It's quite extensive. We don't want you to read it. We want you to pick out 2 highlights from 16 and a couple of, goals for 17. We will then go through your line item numbers, then you have some personnel requests, you have capital budget requests, and we'll go through them each one, okay? We'll ask you questions, and you kind of, this is the first time you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay, so the most important thing to know, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. The most important thing to know is you are not allowed to mention New England Patriots. If that happens, you will see 5 people get up and walk. All right?
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. And you have to talk into the microphone. Sorry, you have to hold it. There you go. So give us who you are and give us your highs and lows. Just your highs.
Thank you. Paul Kittner, Township.
Who's digging?
Not me.
I don't even have a phone, so don't look at me.
Nobody knows who's digging?
No dings.
Liz? Okay.
Mayor, good afternoon, Paul Kittner, Township Engineer. To talk about our 2016 highlights, we're proud of what we accomplished in our department. I think you have a list in front of you, and it's about 3 pages long. This is with us even starting in March, mid-March. But, I could spend 45 minutes just talking about this, but I'll summarize a few. Van Ness Terrace was paved. We commenced with the road program, got all the paving done, all the concrete work done, the handicap ramps, all the drainage improvements, and paving will occur for the 2016 road program in early spring for 2017. In terms of drainage, we got the Franklin Avenue drainage improvements finished and complete. We worked on many different projects, including 60 Woodland, the Bergdorf, throughout the whole township, even repairs and upgrades to our town hall building. So, again, it's 3 pages long, getting the cupola painted, it goes on and on. In terms of 2017, our goals are equally ambitious. We're looking to complete our road program for 2017. We're in the process of actually engineering that now, the base mapping, getting that set up. Also with the drainage, we're going to start with that as well. We have some carryover projects. As you know, DOT had suspended the funding for a period of time, and that held up our Parker Avenue project.
Actually, that was the governor.
Oh, the governor, right? So that held up our Parker Avenue project, and the plans are 100% ready to be bid out. They're actually going to be advertised next week. So we'd like to get that constructed early spring, and we also applied for phase 2 funding for Parker Avenue. Last year we got $250,000, and we're equally confident that we'll get a similar amount this year for that project, and we'll go more into that. We did apply for funding for CDBG improvements for 60 Woodland. There's ADA improvements that we're going to try to make, assuming we get the funding. We did receive last year $175,000 of funding for the elevator project. That's associated with our external staircase and elevator for that, and that'll go a long ways towards paying that cost. We'll get more into that as well. So.
I did have a question on one of your goals, implement safety upgrades to town hall employee work areas with partitions and safety glass.
Yes.
Who's that?
That's no, that's
the Giants.
That's somebody who needs to talk to me from this morning. I don't think, I understand the safety glass over at the finance, but I don't think, we've never had a conversation or made a decision to put glass partitions up in the rest, so I don't think that's a goal that I would share with you.
Okay.
Okay. This is the 4th bullet point on his, page 2 of his goals for 2017. I assume you're talking about putting glass partitions up at engineering, at the building department, at the clerk's office. And
Clerk's office, engineering, and administration.
We're touchy-feely.
It's in the capital request. I think you've already had the comments about the capital request, so.
Okay. Why do you think we should? That's me. That's me this time. Okay. We're going to go through the line items.
Sure. Thank you.
I don't think you had any questions. Anybody have questions?
What is PIOSH air quality equipment and training? I just don't know what. It's on the second page, 213.
In prior years, and I wasn't sure what that was either, but we had our inspector in prior years certified for air sampling safety, and we elected to, initially I was going to take that out, but we elected to maintain that. I need to learn more about the program, but the funding is consistent with what it's been in prior years.
Yeah.
I believe we're requesting $500 for that, and that would go towards the training of the PIOSH certification.
Nothing's ever been spent.
Public employee occupational safety. And we've had issues in the past regarding asbestos, the weird smells, and they would handle any kind of complaints. Yesterday, we had a gas smell, so they would be trained in how to make sure that people were safe if something happened, et cetera.
Okay. Any other questions on line items? Okay, we can go to your capital budget requests. 1701 is the environmental improvements.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I believe the form you have had requested $131,200. I did have a chance to talk to Rose DiLorenzo from Matrix Environmental. They're our consultant who perform environmental services. And what I've done was this. There's 2 points I want to make. One is this was for all the work in the township that I asked for proposals from them for all the work. That included the Firehouse, Maple Crest Park, and also the DPW site. Of those 3 sites, the DPW site should absolutely be funded. There's a DEP requirement, and she is our LSRP for that site. So we really don't have we have an obligation to fund that. In terms of Maple Crest Park, that's actually under what's called the UHOT program. We had a leaking underground storage tank. It's not a regulated tank, so DEP essentially gives you a lot more flexibility with that, but we did not do any sampling there last year. So my recommendation would be to fulfill that. Those costs are actually outlined in here, and that would subtract out the Firehouse because we just did substantial sampling there recently in 2016. So I think we could go 2017 without funding the Firehouse, reduce the actual cost to around $101,400. Looking back at prior accounts, I noticed account C0416-808-001-901. As of mid-January, it had a balance of approximately $85,000. That was for environmental improvements. And the list I took it from was from mid-January, so I assume it's pretty close. The point is, I think we could reduce this balance even further to perhaps $50,000. You know, we've made a point to be very, to proactively try to find older capital sources of funding that were consistent from 2014 and 2015, and that's the reason we have that balance, because we were able to charge older accounts and utilize those funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just ask if it says at the bottom, or no, it says in justification is work is required yearly?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
It says work is required yearly. Is that supposed to be a capital thing then, if it's a yearly expenditure?
Yes.
I thought capital was generally one time.
It's related to an ongoing project that is a capital project, so it's additional money going into the environmental issues which go on for decades even.
Okay.
1702 is the municipal road repairs.
Yes, at the time when I actually prepared this, that included the TV camera, which I believe Calvin had put in for us, so we could take that off.
No, he hasn't taken it off.
Oh, he hasn't taken it off?
No.
I mean, he didn't put it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the only place, and this is appropriate place for it to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe you have a balance of $255,000. You know, that, there's 5 items that I itemized. One was pavement milling and overlay of potholes. I typically supply DPW with an account to pay for annual pothole repair. The second item is miscellaneous repairs at $20,000. The third item is road striping at $25,000. Last year, we had 15, but it wasn't enough. I know we're getting a road striping machine, but even with our crew, even with our crew getting that, we still feel that we will be able to use this money. The fourth item is purchase of TV equipment, inspection equipment for $150,000. And the fifth item was the wrought iron fence at the train underpass at Baker and Maplewood.
Just on the last one, this is really to protect the pedestrians that come out of the Baker Street lot and jaywalk. Yep. And also those, when they're coming home at night, they come right down the path and they walk across the street. So this would be a railing across the street on the south end, which would force people to walk up to the corner and cross more safely.
That's correct.
How far would that fence go under the viaduct? Would it go all the way to that?
No.
It goes from the corner of Donnell and Baker behind the middle school.
Yep.
To the corner at Baker.
That's correct.
And Maplewood Avenue. So all along the sidewalk.
All along the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because people now they'll have to hop a fence to jump to jaywalk. But the
I don't
people
believe
coming.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's people coming on, vehicular traffic coming on Baker, coming into the village.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see those pedestrians until you're right on top of them. And
Oh, no, I know. Every night I see, I just was trying to get a visual of where it was going.
So the 30,000 on that, I thought that number was more like 23 and 25, at least in our engineering meetings.
I think that the number that DPW received, I recall in 26 and change, but typically there's always something that is unforeseen,
Okay.
so I wanted enough buffer.
And then remember, we have to do the brickwork too. We have to put the bricks back in. We have to.
Right, I know.
The curb, yeah, the Belgian block. So. On the road striping, just to be clear, the striping that the machine that DPW has, we have no capacity right now. If we want to freshen up a crosswalk, or we want, we had to paint the stripe bar on Baker, I'm sorry, on Maplewood Avenue in Baker.
Right.
We had to go out and get somebody to do that.
That's right.
This year would be for bigger projects, and if we were to buy that road striper, that could be sort of ongoing or short-term, but I think more like freshening up our crosswalks and stop bars. I think having DPW do that on a regular basis would be worth it. So I think having this and that is important to do.
I think having this balance this year would be important because there's going to be a transition period for them to use this.
Right.
And perhaps next year we won't need it. It depends on the success of the program.
Yeah,
Right.
do you have any idea, I probably should have asked Mr. Bell this, but do you have any idea how much we buy the machine, say for $44,000, how much is like the paint, because it's that special paint, I forget what it's called, like every year, like?
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to misrepresent the cost. I don't know that cost offhand.
Okay.
But it's nominal. It's in a pelletized form and the machine essentially melts it, so it's easy to handle.
Maybe we could use some of our recycling.
Yeah, seriously.
Plastic, get those bottles, just put it right down. Okay, 1703, municipal roadway improvements.
I like the typewriter you got on that one.
Well,
so this is $1.3 million, is that correct?
yes, ma'am. We identified a number of roads and some of these roads, the vast majority of these roads came from the road inventory that the township has. We did look at, we did look at some of the roads, receiving resident complaints. We also took suggestions from DPW. And unfortunately, the road inventory report, although it does categorize the condition of the road, it does not categorize the volume. It does not consider the volume. So from an engineering standpoint, if two roads of equal value or equal cost are proposed, we're going to look at the one and improve the one that has the most volume first. So that is what our list is based on, and there's a number of roads: Elmwood, Parker, Ohio, Laurel, Rutgers, Maplewood Ave, Park Road, Jefferson, Ball Place, Ball Terrace. So there's a number of them that equal the $1.3 million. Last year, we did 750,000. We'll work with whatever budget the township provides us, and we'll make the best assessments we can based on the condition and the volume.
And so it would go beyond, I presume, the five mentioned here, because those add up to about 839,000, and there's a 1.3, so there's another nearly 500,000 that would go on other roads?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you have the second page, which is entitled Estimates for Capital Road Improvements, but it basically lists the roads I just listed. So
Oh, no, we don't have that page.
Yeah, I don't have that page. The only ones I see are Elmwood, Rutgers, Ball Terrace, Ball Place, Laurel Avenue, Park Road, and that adds up to 839, so there'd be another nearly $500,000.
Yes, and that's primarily Laurel Avenue, Ohio Street, Parker Avenue, and Jefferson Avenue.
Okay, but Parker, though, we're getting funding from outside the township for that, right?
We're getting funding, and actually, that's accounted for this, because you could take Parker Avenue out of that, because that's actually 1.7 billion. We consider it. We took it out to equate the 1.3. Last year, we got funding of $250,000 for Parker. We applied for funding for Phase 2, and we expect that we'll get similar funding from DOT.
Could you read those streets again, taking Parker out on page 2 there?
For the 1.3 million, that's Elmwood Avenue.
No, Elmwood's here. Oh, where is
The
it?
additional.
Oh, I'm sorry, that would be Ohio Street,
Right,
Laurel Avenue,
right.
and
That's here.
Jefferson Avenue. And that would also be Maplewood Avenue.
Oh, Maplewood Avenue.
Yeah, Durant to Beach.
And to Beach.
Oh, that's going north.
Yes.
Nothing in the village itself.
No.
Okay, so we have Elmwood, Rutgers, Ball Place, Ball Terrace, Laurel Avenue, Park Road, Ohio, Jefferson, and Maplewood Avenue. And then obviously Parker is sort of a different category, but is that the full list?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time?
Sure. Elmwood, Rutgers, Ball Place, Ball Terrace, Laurel Avenue, Park Road, Ohio, Jefferson, Maplewood Ave, and then Parker.
Is standalone, right? Yes, there's a difference.
Okay, so that's the full list?
That's a full list.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we had, I think, roughly the first half of the list, but not the second half.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, 1704. This is the Safe Street to schools over at Clinton School.
Yes. The township mayor received funding for this. It's federal funding, and under the federal requirements, I've actually attended classes at Rutgers. A responsible person in charge training just to even administer this grant that we received. The town received $350,000 of funding. The problem with this grant is it's federally funded, and they have very strict requirements in terms of the inspection. So right now, if the worker is going to, if the contractor puts 12 hours in, there's got to be a person sitting there 12 hours that has special qualifications. It's called CATE certification, and there's other qualifications as well. They have to take special precautions and measurements. And the problem is, if you jeopardize it, if you miss one thing, you could jeopardize the funding. So we elected to actually have a third party who is certified in this administer the construction inspection. This amount is actually the difference from what we budgeted and what we received in terms of grant form, and what we need to administer the construction observation.
And we're sure we can't use any of the grant for those inspection services?
Well, the answer is we could use the grant, but the grant, when you look at the improvements, we would have to greatly scale back the improvements to cover the cost. So the answer is we can, but we would have to scale back the scope of the improvements to account for
But
that.
didn't we just scale up the scope outside because we're not doing the school parking lot area.
We're not doing the parking lot, right?
So then we added intersections
Well,
for pedestrian improvements.
we received an estimate from the engineer, which was around the grant amount. The problem is lately, it's not a problem, it's a good thing. We've been getting favorable pricing for the work. So what happens if we bid the project out because we're right where we think it might be with the cost estimate, but we get favorable pricing and we're $30,000 under the grant amount? So I elected to include 4 additional intersections as a bid alternate. So the base bid will be what we feel it should be, and then we'll have a bid alternate with the 4 additional intersections. We may or may not be able to take advantage of those 4 intersections based on the pricing that we receive.
But we won't come in under the grant at least.
The whole idea is let's maximize the value of the grant for the township.
And I think as with any federal funds, let's spend them quick before they take them away.
Well, yeah, you have to show progress, and we've been doing that with the, there's actually a third-party engineer, K&K, who developed the plans, so we've been working with them, and they're making the plan revisions right now.
Okay. Okay, next 1705 is Woodland Road, the building improvements.
Yes, you may have an amount of $700,000, and you could take $200,000 off that. That price actually included HVAC for the entire building, but in retrospect, it's up to you, but it's not something that has to be done in 2017. We're focused on getting the staircase and the elevator project done. We're in the process of finishing the kitchen improvements, and we're also doing the electric panel upgrade. So I think if we were able to get the $500,000, it's up to you, but to get the elevator and the staircase performed, that would be great. Now, I will note that we did receive a $175,000 grant from CDBG.
Right.
And that would offset the cost, so the net is actually $325,000.
Which is
Which is on your capital improvement spreadsheet.
So if we were inclined to put the 200 back, then we're talking about 525.
Yes, correct.
And that would be air conditioning and cooling for the entire building, up and down, the parlor and the...
Yes, for the entire building.
Okay. 1706, building improvements at various locations.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to make some modifications to this. Ever since we actually filled out the form and now there's been some things that were brought to my attention. For starters, there is an account C04-16-808-001906, which has a balance of approximately $60,000. And there's, let me just see here. And there's also C04-16-808-001901, which also had a balance in it. So that would actually take off the front slate construction in the town hall. You had the $75,000 I had estimated. And I think you voiced your opinion on the wood partitions and the safety glass of $75,000.
Oh, you got that? I thought it was so subtle.
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you about the administrator's office. Is this glass two-way? Can we keep people in?
We'll see what we can do. That's good. The town hall roof repairs of $20,000, we were able to fund that with a prior capital budget from 2015. The woodland soundproofing that has also been addressed, we were able to fund that as well. So what we're left with is the environmental abatement, mold asbestos of $25,000. That is an estimated value for the year. It's not a particular project. We have the Hilton Library roof repairs for $50,000. That roof is leaking. We have a miscellaneous of $25,000. and we have an electric panel upgrade at the Memorial Library. That cost is $50,000. So adding this up, we're looking at $150,000.
Which is reflected on.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
I
good.
think that's his tactic, though. It's to, you know.
Yes,
Okay.
put it-
Hold on, Mr. Kidner. Hold on.
Okay. So,
What was the bottom line?
150. 150.
We are not.
Okay, you gave us a lot of background information on this here. We'll keep going.
What was the bottom line on that one?
It was 150,000.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, 1707, drainage upgrades at various locations.
Thank you, Mayor. We basically took what was bid out in 2016 with the drainage improvements. We took the projects that were not eligible for funding because we didn't have enough money, and we rolled them into 2017. The values that are listed here are accurate because they're based on what was actually bid out, and it's based on bids that we received. So the total is $175,000, and obviously we'll work with whatever balance the township gives us.
Okay. 1708, municipal aid, NJT, this is Park Ave. You already spoke about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, a little confusing here because it's 468, we got 250, so there's still a balance here that we need, right?
Yes, there's a balance of $218,700, but I'll note that that's based on an assumption that we'll get $250,000 in grants.
Right, which could be it could be a tough assumption to reach. So this goes, so it's the 1.3 you have and the other plus this 218, right?
1.3 plus.
So 1.5 altogether for your road improvements?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this is the, next to 1709 is the intersection of Maplewood Avenue and Baker Street.
Yes, at the time, we had conceived that perhaps the improvements, the town was looking at some improvements which included the parking lot, the NG Transit lot, and also we looked at, concepts of making Maplewood Ave one-way and curb cuts and other improvements in that area. So we had put in a balance of $200,000. Looking at the task ahead of us, it may be more appropriate to focus on receiving, working the design out with other professionals and vetting it through the public forum, through multiple meetings. So the 200,000 may be a little premature. I think if we had a balance of $50,000, we can assign a third-party traffic engineer to perform the highway capacity software analysis that would be required for this work.
Right, because we're talking 2018 before we do anything, right? Yeah.
Realistically, it's probably 2018.
Yeah.
Right, but I think we did talk about doing a phase to shorten the intersection for pedestrians with bump outs possibly prior to any other work.
But before that, the study really has to be done and can break it out into parts. By the time we go, get that done, meet with everyone.
Okay. Next, 1710, this is your in-house engineering service. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. So to that, do we have an idea of what the cost for a study would be for that? And maybe we should talk about an amount for that instead of the physical improvements?
Yeah, we received a proposal from a particular traffic consultant, John Jar, and it was under $50,000, but I would prefer to keep the cushion so that we can have him do extra work if necessary. And we may elect to use a different professional, so that may have a different price, so.
Right, no, I think I conveyed that I'd like it to be at least a couple of proposals for the study.
Sure.
From other firms,
Yes.
but, so we're keeping this 200 or we're not?
No.
We can
We're
reduce it
not
to
doing
50.
We're reducing, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's what I was.
With anticipation that the work will be done in 2018.
Right. In-house engineering services. And this is just what you apply to all the different capital projects to cover your costs, right?
That's correct, and the price we put in there was consistent with last year.
Is this what's called Section 120?
Section 20.
Section 20. Section 120 you don't want. This is Section 20, and this allows you to charge in-house for engineering projects as opposed to charging a consultant.
Right.
You just charge the cost in-house for that work.
Correct.
Okay, 1711 is $50,000 for various traffic calming measures. This is as need basis, as we identify it, correct?
Yes, Mayor. We get requests all the time from various departments and various residents for certain, signage or traffic calming measures. So there's costs associated with that, and we anticipate that this would cover that.
And we've never had this before, right? We've never had a line that said traffic calming measures.
I don't believe we did.
No, I think we took it out of other stuff that we've done.
Isn't this the same, was this in Public Works?
Right. No, that's signage. Okay. So this might be a speed hump, it could be lines, could be striping, could be lights, it could be the pedestrian light signs.
Just can't be those crosswalk lights because they're too expensive.
Yeah. It could be a lot, this is more than just signage.
Okay, so no Venn diagram.
Could be a bump out, could be a couple different things. This gives us the opportunity to know what we want to do.
Yes, there's a bunch of sites that we had in mind for those improvements.
Right. Okay. Boyden and Springfield intersection improvements. Is this to resolve the 7-second, who was with me that talked to the township committee? You, I think. The person, she's come up twice now and said, it's 7 seconds, and I've been there and timed it, and it's 7 seconds to make a left.
That's part of it, and also it has to do with cars and vehicles parking in front of our firehouse.
Right.
So the idea was to try to do a study and consider improvements that could make this circulate better, and also look at the traffic signal timing.
So this is just to do the study, right?
Yes.
Is this, what about not to bring up the Avalon Bay building again, but did they not do a traffic study at that intersection?
They didn't do a study, they widened it. We asked them to widen the intersection or widen the roadway there so that we could do 2 lanes and you could do stacking of the left-hand lane.
Right. Obviously, I don't think the signal changes are realized right now because of Avalon Bay. They're probably waiting for that to be completed. So that, this may change as a result of their revisions.
Right. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay. 1713. Am I reading this right, that we're proposing to spend $2.75 million to expand the fire department?
It's actually 2.85.
2.85 million, because you have to do the rewiring.
Yes.
Okay. Is this to fit a truck in, or do our trucks fit in?
This is to fit an engine that I think was recently ordered or under construction, but it was to add an additional bay to the firehouse, and also it would be 2 stories. So,
Yeah, okay.
Expanding their.
Let me just get my answer, Mr. Manning. The engine, the apparatus that is going to be delivered in 2017, will it fit in the firehouse?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that, but I think it will. I think this is because we have the ladder truck. This was for an additional bay to take care of this.
I understand the additional bay.
Right, but you mean because of the back issue problem?
I assume when they spec'd it out, they spec'd out a truck that'll fit in our garage.
Hope so.
Yeah, we'll make a note of that.
All right. Okay. All right, I think we've got this. Okay. 1714. This is an annual thing you do, or no, I'm sorry, this is the new thing, right? This is the I&I issue?
This is a new request, and actually, at the time when we put the request in, we weren't even aware of the I&I issue, but that was.
I'm sorry, could you explain to everyone what I&I means or what it is?
It's inflow and infiltration, and basically it's water that either originates into the sanitary sewer system through holes in, let's say, manholes, holes through the lids, or it's through infiltration through the pipes, through the joints of all the pipes. Maplewood owns the collection system, So when somebody comes online, you're paying for a treatment cost, but there's an indirect cost, and that's called inflow and infiltration. So recently, there was a study performed by the joint meeting, and I attended the meeting recently where they realized that Union was getting surcharged a tremendous amount of flow. And they looked at every surrounding municipality or municipalities in Essex and realized and readjusted their baseline rates for infiltration and inflow. Maplewood's went up approximately 65,000 or 66,000 gallons per day. This actually, in retrospect, comparing the other municipalities, it's not a tremendous amount, but it will result in an increased cost. And they looked at this cost over the past 6 years. This cost was roughly $65,000, rough numbers. So the purpose of this study is to consider improvements that would reduce that baseline back below, even lower than it was before they changed our baseline through the study. We identified 20 manholes at 10,000 gallons a day that's in their system that can be improved, roughly $2,000 each manhole, so it's $40,000. That would reduce our baseline by 200,000 gallons a day under their study.
So then, does this money get given back to us maybe through the sewer assessment?
No, it doesn't, it prevents us from having to pay more in the future.
Right.
By making a one-time payment now, we won't have to continue to pay $10,000 a year for what?
But this doesn't get passed on to the residents?
No, it gets passed on to the residents through the sewer fee.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Does it get
Yes.
passed on through the sewer fee? Right, okay.
It will reduce our overall fees. Right now, it's, there's a baseline, and it's been increased recently. This is going to decrease it.
Well, no, but that's the overall, but it's going to increase the individual's fees.
Short-term.
Short-term, yes. Yes, it will.
We had a preliminary discussion, we're going to talk about it more in the finance committee, but we're talking like doing a capital surcharge for a couple of years. See how we can do this, but we're going to talk about a couple of different options, so we'll have a finance committee meeting and talk about this, but this is to solve a problem so we're not paying every year this fee to the joint meeting.
And I would recommend, I'm sorry.
Sorry, then the sewer charge per resident will go down after the capital assessment is done.
And by doing these improvements now, you're going to reduce your baseline, so you get a credit every year now.
Right. Okay. And then lastly, you have the pavers, Maplewood Avenue.
Yes. We initially we were asked what the total cost was for the pavers, and that included with the pavers that are within the right-of-way of Maplewood Avenue. It also included the side streets as well. And in talking with administration and in our P&E committee meetings, I think we elected to more or less phase this.
Put that back, yeah.
So we wanted to look at just phasing for now, this year, everything in the right-of-way of Maplewood Avenue, not the side streets. So looking at the costs, it roughly cuts this in half. You'll be looking at around a $600,000 cost to replace the pavers in the right-of-way of Maplewood Avenue. There's been talk in the section of Inwood and Highland, where we have cellars that are located in that location, where the pavers previously had to be cut in half. There was talk of using either concrete or some type of stamped concrete. So we'll have to refine that more, and we'll do that in our meetings, but I think $600,000 is a conservative approach for phase one to do what's in the right-of-way.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just to clarify, so it'll be Maplewood Avenue. I thought in P&E we talked about just duplicating where the pavers are now, but that included some parts of the side streets.
Yes.
Just not all the way, like all the way to the Woodland or,
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Okay, so it's not just Maplewood Avenue, it goes around in some places.
Yeah, right, around each of the
A little
turns and the
farther than
curb turns, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
In your judgment, do you think the bricks are due for replacement?
Yes. They're well overdue.
And I think we talked about, so for just to clarify, Frank, you brought this up, or Mr.
Mr. Frank.
You brought it up, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy.
All right, we're losing.
Yeah, it's getting punchy. You brought it up earlier about the vaults, the half bricks. So it's the municipality's decision on this issue and with the guidance from our engineer as to whether or not to do concrete in those areas and maybe a border of the brick, which is not the preference of the Village Alliance, but may be a better long-term solution, I think.
I would agree with that. We're certainly going to look at all options, but I think considering either a concrete or a stamped concrete surface, I think in that area, it certainly makes a lot of sense.
And is that because the half brick just doesn't work no matter how you put it in there?
You know, all you have to do is really walk that area, and you'll notice there's places where the brick has pulled up, and that's primarily half bricks that have been mortared in, but through whatever means, found a way to wiggle loose, and it basically comes apart. It's
And
a
they've been-
tripping hazard.
They've been mortared in, they were originally sand set, correct? And then they've been mortared in with repairs to try to keep them from coming up, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, yeah. Because the correct way to lay pavers is in sand. So I don't want to leave the impression that we shouldn't, we should be cementing it. That's the whole point, is that they can be lifted, repairs can be done underneath,
Sure.
and then they can be placed back.
Sure.
Okay, we've exhausted your capital and you've exhausted us, believe me. You have one new position request, and we don't want to talk about the individual here, but currently, could you tell us your office has what's the staffing in your office now?
Well, right now, I have an assistant, full-time. I have the Planning and Zoning Board Secretary. I also have an assistant township engineer that's full-time, and we have a construction observer who's part-time.
And you want to bring that person who now works 20 hours to 40 hours. What does the person do? What does a construction observer do?
Well, the construction observer helps us during the building periods where, they're inspecting construction work. They're out there with the contractor, with the paver, with the excavator. They're the ones getting dirty, so to speak, and making sure that the job is done properly for the township. It's a critical role. And the problem is, without this person, it pulls away too many of our resources. If myself or my assistant, or the assistant township engineer, if we have to fill in this role, then it pulls away too many resources. We've also identified, for this particular individual, many different other helpful things. This particular individual has a unique background, and
We can't talk about
Can't talk
that.
about, it has to
Can't
be
talk about the
based
individual. It just has to be a position. If you think there's enough work
oh,
for that
absolutely.
person to do it.
Yes.
And will there be enough work when some of all the
Winter-
stuff going on around gets done?
I'm sorry.
Well, you're not dealing with all the development work.
No.
You're talking about the work that you do.
Public.
So this is road projects, sewer projects.
Strictly township work. There's plenty of work to do.
But we would be effectively converting a part-time to a full-time, so it wouldn't, so there's obviously an increase in cost, but presumably the funding request you have here, the 70,000, which would be the 50 plus anticipated benefits, that's the full amount, right? That's not the additional amount?
No, that's the full amount is
How much is this individual currently? Or,
That
is
position being paid.
this position being paid?
It's $24 an hour, but what I'm finding is because of his need in all these projects, he's actually working more than 20 hours a week in some cases.
So we're
during
just
peak
asking, I
periods.
think Mr. Lundberg's asking what the difference is between what we're currently paying this position and what it would be if we had full-time.
Hang tight for 1 second.
Should be about $51,000 from 24,000, almost 25,000.
25,000.
To,
So it's 25 now, it goes up to 50 something.
yes,
Right. So it's about $26,000 increase.
yes.
Plus the 20?
Plus,
For the benefit.
plus benefits, right?
So
Plus 40% on top of that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
It might be, yes, yeah.
So it's 46K, basically. Instead
They
of
have to
70.
contribute towards some
Well,
of it.
yeah, but we're
Correct.
using the 40% because that's what it says.
That should really be adjusted a little. But
So while the particular individual that you currently have has skills that you see usable in other projects when, during the part of the year when there are no construction projects happening because of the season, does that, if, that's why we were talking about this is only the position. So would that be something in the position that you would expect for any replacement employees in this full-time position? You understand what I'm saying? Like, is that, so if you have somebody who can inspect and then also, you know, cater your lunches, you want catering in the position going forward as well? You know what I'm saying? Like you said, there's other skills.
Yes.
So I'm only seeing construction observer here, so
we'd have to develop the job description. And
so I guess what I'm asking is, what are those other job requirements besides construction observer?
We will develop that for you so that we're on the same page, and we'll get you
Okay.
before the decision is made, you'll have your information.
Okay.
And I also see two open space trust fund requests in here that I don't think we saw one way or the other.
What is it? Oh, I think we did see those.
Well, we saw the bridge evaluation.
Oh, no, but the Hart Park pathway.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Was it in there? Okay.
Yeah, that's in there. So let me ask you, just going back to the road, you know, by the time we get this capital budget approved, the money, we have to go out and borrow money and all that, by the time we get this, we're half the year?
June 1st.
Okay. Can you actually do all these roads this year in 2016?
Yes.
17.
17?
17, absolutely.
Definitely not 60.
All right. Anything else for folks? No. You have anything else for us?
No,
I was hoping somebody was going to send an email in because you clearly want to spend the most of everybody.
Absolutely.
But I guess you got away with it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. He did. Thank you.
It's good to thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we ready to keep going? All right, tax assessor. Yeah, believe me.
6. Thank you, Paul.
This isn't too exciting.
Okay, you got to do it into the microphone, okay? Just 1 second. This is a long day.
That's what you were asking.
Yeah.
Okay, tax assessor. Now, listen, we've been here for a long time. Some of us were out 12 hours ago looking at fires. Yeah, some were dancing. So you got to make this exciting for us.
And they're getting very punchy.
Okay? All right. And we know you guys can do it. First thing is we want you to introduce yourselves. And then we have your information. Your expenses are pretty much the same as they were before, so you can just talk about any of the highlights. And then you have, I think you have a capital request, right? Oh, no, you have a personnel request. Correct, yes. You have 2 personnel requests, that's it. And no capital this year, right? Correct. Okay, now both of these are merit increases, so we're not going to talk about them in public because they have to do with 2 individuals who are in the office now, and we don't talk publicly about employees. We'll talk about that in private.
Yeah, the 2 guys are in the room.
Correct.
Yeah, we
But, you know,
have behind your
we
back.
have like, there's probably like about, what, 1.5 million people watching us?
It's,
At least as many that went to the inauguration are watching us.
yeah, probably the
All
same.
right? So, you can, go over what you've, given to us and we'll go from there. So introduce yourselves, okay?
Ed Galanti, tax assessor for the Township of Maplewood.
Chris Murray, I'm the deputy assessor for the Township of Maplewood.
And the budget is fairly straightforward. We have stationery supplies, postage.
Yeah, we see that. That's good.
Okay. Professional services.
Yeah.
Okay, can you spell stationary correctly next time?
So why you know, in your sentence, you sent the letter to Mr. Manning, and you talked about, in 2006, what you've accomplished. Why don't you just go, do you have that? Why don't you go over that a little bit?
Do you want me to read it?
No, not read it, but just pick out the highlights there.
Well, basically, this is what we accomplish every year. It's statutory. We have to file the list at a certain time in January. We are obligated to defend tax appeals.
Could you tell us, how many tax appeals did we have last year?
Last year, we had about 49.
49?
49, yeah. We were successful with those at the county level. Some were, some other appeals we have at the state level, that's a different matter, that's ongoing, takes a long time to get through those, but we are reading them now, we don't have many left. We also have to measure, inspect any additions, any permits that are out, we look at. That resulted in quite a bit of money this year, over $17 million, about 740 permits. We have to process deeds. This year, I guess there happens to be 576 deeds that we processed. It's typical, 500 to 600 every year. It's been that way since the direct line to Manhattan went in. This year, we had some extra added work. We had to review the reval. We were able to get that done very last minute. The job ran a little longer than expected, but you know, Chris and I worked hard to get that done. I did all the commercials myself. Chris worked on most of the residential values, nights, weekends, holidays. We were able to get it done just around the end of Christmas. So I think it's my understanding the book was printed Friday night, and it should be delivered to the county on Monday. I'll go over there and sign the list, and
So when you say the book, you're talking about all the new ratables that.
Yes.
So if someone came in and met with ASI and the ASI agreed with them and decided to adjust that, has it already occurred?
Yes.
Okay, so they should have received a letter by now?
They would have gotten a letter from ASI, yeah.
Yeah. And would it have been either way if you did get an adjustment or not get an adjustment?
Yes, they get a letter either way. Correct. I think there was 348, no, 348
meetings.
400 hearings and there's 128 adjustments.
Sorry, 400 hearings and 128 adjustments.
Okay.
Yeah.
About 25%.
Or more of the hearings, yeah. Actually, I think that was too bad. That's pretty typical since we've been doing these revals. Even back in 2001, we had similar numbers.
With, you said you had 49 appeals last year. Do you have a sense in a reval how many appeals would generally be?
I'm thinking this year it will be light. Next year, if people are affected tax-wise, we may get more. So we could be 100 this year. I'm thinking, just guessing. You just never know.
Do anything, and just for the benefit, because I don't think everybody knows what an added assessment is. Can you talk about that?
Sure. It's basically an addition to the already in place assessment for the current year because of some improvement that adds value to the property, like an addition or something like that. The added will be calculated based on the number of months that it's complete as of this year. So if an added was done in June or was completed in June, the assessment would be 6 months, due November 1st with your November tax bill. And then that amount of assessment increase gets added to the assessment for the following year. It's just all one number. And that's basically it.
With the added assessments, do the other levels of government get any portion of those taxes?
We keep the school portion here, and the county gets their share based on the county rate. So if the rate is, say, 25% of the total rate, they would get that little piece. And then we keep 75% of those added dollars.
Right. Anything else? 2017, you're going to do the same thing, you say?
Yeah, we're going to file the list. A deadline for tax appeals this year, because it was a reval, is not April 1, it is May 1. We'll be at the county with the reval firm defending those assessments as well as we can. In between that, we're looking at permits and deeds and getting all those done as we go along. Same thing every year.
Any questions? Thank you for keeping us up.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, next up is capital. That's tab 2.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't we gone through a lot of the capital as we've done?
Yes, but now this is going to have Mr. Manning's recommendations.
Gotcha, okay.
All right, bye. Take care. What are we doing?
Capital.
Yay. So you have a spreadsheet that I prepared based on discussions with all, I should be doing this. You have a spreadsheet there, which was prepared by me with discussions with each department head to get us to what we've been using as a benchmark every year. That being, whatever we pay off in principal, we would do 80% of that. So if we did for this year, what?
Go ahead.
If we did $4 million, which we paid back this year in capital, it would be $3.2 million. There's been discussions of maybe possibly changing that, but I think that the capital that we came up with is realistic. I think it does cover pretty much all of your needs, or unless I missed a few. That's basically it. It starts, do you have your sheet?
That's what I was going to ask.
Where is it?
Is it the one dated January 13?
One dated the 13th, yes.
13th, okay.
And where did we put it in the book, or where would it be?
In front of what's up to.
The tab. The tab would be, right, 2. It'd be tab 2.
Yeah, this has, I have,
What do you have?
12th?
the 12th.
Yeah, there's another one in there that has the 13th.
13th, 1:34 PM.
Maybe flip forward a little bit?
All right. It's all right. Here it is, got it. Thank you. All right.
13, yeah. I think,
Okay. So, Mr. Manning, I'm sorry, I cut you off. So generally, we pay off about $4 million a year.
yes, we've been doing that,
So 80% is 3.2.
Yes, 3.2 million. And I think we got us there. Hold on just one second. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. What page are we on? This is different.
It's just printed differently.
Oh, it's printed differently, but it's the same, it has a different date, yesterday's date.
We're literally making sure we're on the same page.
Okay, got it, okay. Sorry.
So your recommendations are in this third column.
Yes.
There's cost, grants, recommendations. And these are your comments.
Along with, well, through discussions with, there was agreement, I didn't put anything in here that the department head felt strongly opposed to at all. So we came to a consideration, and a lot in engineering, particularly because I think if you look at all of the items that they are planning to do this year, and realize that today is the 4th of February, we haven't even gotten to the point where you've developed the budget to where you could introduce a capital ordinance. I think it's a bit,
Ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious, that's the word, that's the word. So, and we originally had $7 million worth of requests, brought it down to $3,029,000, and then when you add the Section 20 costs, comes up to $3,181,152, which is just shy of the $3,200,000. I think that if you go down them, there may be some that you favor more than others, or maybe you disagree, but I think if we go over them, we could start at least to get it narrowed down.
Mr. Manning, on number 13, wasn't that 2.85 million, not 285,000?
Yes, it was yeah, so that would have been like $9 million, but yeah.
Okay, no,
Yes, you're right.
I know the recommendation is 0, and I think most of us are with you on that.
I'm off one, I'm off of, yes. a digit.
You're off a zero.
Yeah.
Big zero.
Big zero.
Big fish there.
Okay, I'll check that.
And Manning, this doesn't include any of the personnel requests, right?
No, that's a separate, we have a separate spreadsheet for, just a strictly capital.
So why don't you take us down?
All right, so we started out with the environmental improvements at various locations.
So he's already told us, is this what, he's already
Yes,
discussed?
he's agreed
right?
to this.
So this is what we need, and this corresponds to what he told us?
Yes. Yes, all those different figures he was telling you at the end, the net, yes. Yes. Is there any, is there any questions about any one of those in particular? Or I know you had talked about municipal roadway repairs. He had 1.3 million. We brought it down to 750,000, which we thought was achievable. But I know that there was your concern about our accelerating our program a bit.
Yeah, well, I guess he said that he could do all these roads.
Yes, he agreed, yes. And even, and that's if everything goes smoothly, there's no weird weather, whatever, okay? All right. Which number are you? Yes.
No.
No, and you know what, he needs money for a study there, so I'm gonna have to change that.
50,000.
Yeah, I thought, all right, yeah, I'm gonna change that, to 50. I thought he said that he could get that out of some other money, but you know what, I have to, move that, so that we can move that forward. To $50,000, which was what he asked, I think when he was.
Which line number is that?
That's number 9.
9, okay.
0 to 50,000.
Yes, yes.
So the thing about
just a little bit over the 3,200,000.
The thing about the roadway repairs is number 3. Okay, he asked for 1.3, you're saying 750. It's gonna take, say, 850 to do these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 streets.
Right.
We named the exact streets and it's engineering.
7.
8.
7.
All right, yes, we did the,
is this your handwriting? Elmwood, Rutgers,
yes.
Small Terrace?
yes.
Okay, so that comes to 839.
No, that was less. There was something. Let me get there, please, just 1 second. I got it. His capital.
1703.
Oh, 3. Go ahead. Yeah, that's my
He's
handwriting.
had too much sugar.
Right.
What?
He's had too much sugar.
Yeah, then, right. So 309, 3, 4, 5.
You know, we've already added it up twice, 839 for these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you have 750. So it should be 850.
I don't think so.
384. Mr. Limbrick and I both added the money. Same number, 839.
You can make it.
I don't think so. This is an alternative fact.
How many people are we gonna get to do arithmetic in?
We came to that, yes, okay. All right, well,
So 8:30.
all right. 8:30. I still think that that's high, but okay.
Well, it's only 5 streets, right?
Mr. Manning, what did you
Yes.
say? 8 what?
850.
50, 30.
Okay. And the safe streets to schools, I have to admit, I was a little confused by his answer.
Yeah.
You're saying no?
No. We have, this is our 3rd year.
Right.
That we are trying to force this project to happen. We need to let go.
Okay. So what I would I'm sorry, as a prelude to this,
Yes.
we're going down this, we've got to let this stuff sink in a little bit.
Yes, of course.
So we'll go through this.
Yeah.
No final decisions on capital. We can come back and talk about it either Tuesday night or another time.
Absolutely. Maybe several times.
Okay.
And I'll have you an updated
Yeah,
version. I'll email to you.
Then we can take a look at some of
Yes.
these and think about it.
Right.
Okay, Woodland,
Where is that?
it's 325.
Number 5, line.
5, okay. Could this get any smaller? I'm just,
Well, no, he says he needs 500 and he's got this is for the elevator. and the stairs.
he needs 500 to do that work. He has 175.
Right, so he needs the 325.
He needs the 325, right. There's no other money
Right,
coming our way.
okay. And the next one, he came down to 150. Building improvements at various locations.
Yeah, he came down more, so,
So that's a savings of 75.
yeah,
150.
150. Drainage improvements, we came down on some of the scopes of the work.
Well, hold on a second, okay, wait a minute, I'm sorry, wait a minute.
Right. Where are you?
Drainage.
On
Number
line
7.
7.
No,
Which one?
I have,
Really?
oh, you build, okay, yep, I'm sorry, I got 2 of these building location things, and they're all different numbers, got it. Ah, jeez. Okay, drainage upgrade, he said 175, what'd you put in there? 75?
Yep. Yes, I did.
He's got 4 streets identified, South Mountain Avenue, Norfolk, Kermit, Summit Ave. This is 1707.
I got it, hold on. And he had 175 and I have 7, hold on, just 1 second.
This would only allow us to do 1 street.
No,
Or two at the 35 and the 40, or.
yeah,
one
it
at
would be,
25.
2 streets, Norfolk and,
No, Norfolk is 75.
right, okay, so it would be 40, and it could be South Mountain Avenue and Kermit Road, or Kermit Road and Summit. Could be either of them, but I think it's going to be the 2 that add up to the $75,000, which he felt was, we only did, I think, 2 streets this year.
Right.
It's hard, the planning of them, the doing of them, the contracting, it's,
Well, either 2 or 1. If you did Norfolk, it'd be 1.
Look.
If you did 2, it could be South Mountain and Kermit, or South Mountain and Summit, or Kermit
Yeah.
and Summit.
right. So it'd be a combination, 1 or a combination of 2.
So he'll prioritize based on
Yes.
need.
Right. Yes.
Okay. And then you have Parker.
Yes, and that was.
218 is a real number, 700, and we already did the 50 on the planning.
Right?
So that's plus 50.
Engineering is 150, we left that.
Right. Traffic calming left at 50.
Yes, well, yeah, yes. Quebec's good.
Boyden, you took all this Boyden out because you're talking about Avalon Bay. I think that's probably accurate. See what's going on there. 0 for the fire department addition.
Yep.
Sanitary sewer, you cut down this to 1 year, or just to be, instead of 50, do it 25 and 25?
Yes. Or, no, I was thinking, this was gonna be that we would do the surcharge for the things related to the INI, and I think this was, improvements just to start that fund that we wanted to have for like emergency sewer repairs that we always thought that we had, but we don't have. We originally used.
No, I understand that.
Well, no, Ms. Adams may not.
No, okay. I don't, we still have to put in the 50, if we're gonna spend 50,000, don't we have to put 50,000 in there because even though we're gonna get money from
You mean
sewer, we still want to identify it as 50.
Well, no, this goes into a capital, a reserve for, you're right, I mean, you're saying that for the work that we have to do for the INI, do we have to account for that in? You think we do? Absolutely.
It should be.
All right, so I made a mistake on that. I thought that we would somehow or another put that in our, if we want to borrow that money, we're actually, I'm going to have to talk to Mr. Uribe, because if we're going to borrow that money, but we're actually going to get the money, then maybe we should have a way of adding it to the budget when we receive it, or having it in the operating expenses as opposed to, and then an offsetting revenue, rather than borrowing and paying principal on it for.
Right, absolutely.
God knows how many years.
Absolutely
Yeah,
right.
that, I think that was it. We work that out and get it an explanation to you.
Both. That's what in the interest.
Well, yeah, I heard, at that OPEC meeting, I also heard.
Okay.
Interest rates.
And then the paver, you're putting 600,000.
Yes. Two-phase work.
Right. Okay, we didn't talk with him about the municipal inspection vehicle replacement?
Yes.
You don't want that anyway?
I think
Did he ask for a car? Because we don't have his capital request for a car.
Yeah,
No, that was Joe took it out.
We had this already.
yeah, you did have it. Should have been there. Yeah, we hoping to get one more year out of the vehicle. I have to look if we put a vehicle into.
They have a Prius, right?
No, they have a Prius. This is the construction inspector. He doesn't have a Prius. He has a Neon, what? Dodge Neon.
Okay. So we're not putting any money in for this?
No.
Okay. And then we didn't talk about the East Cedar roadway improvement either.
Well, we didn't talk about it in terms of here, but that is something that we wanted to do to close the loop on that project, which we talked about in planning.
And this is working in cooperation with New Jersey American Water.
Yes.
The work they did there, this will replace, this will improve the street, the sidewalks and all that.
Yes.
Some they pay for, some we pay for.
Right.
That's what that.
That was,
Okay, Baker Street fencing, you're suggesting we do none of that?
well, I was saying that consider this when the project, when the entire, is complete. I mean, how do you know what you're gonna have to do over there? You might have to widen or, I don't know what the radiuses are gonna be. That was my thought.
That was your thought.
All right, well,
Possibly.
let's put a question mark there.
Okay, got it.
Leave it at 0, but put a question mark there. Sewer pipe video system, you're recommending this?
Yes, if we're going to get other people to pay for it and, it's $4,000 a day for us to go out and anybody else to go out and use this equipment. How it's going to work, I'm not sure, but I think we're going to have to pay for it if we're going to be the lead agency. I know Irvington doesn't want to be the lead agency. Nobody else has jumped up and said they want to be the lead agency. So that's why I did it, and it seemed to be a project that was supported by the Planning, Engineering, and Public Works Committee.
The question is, suppose only one other town wants to do it. Would we, yeah, I mean, then you're paying it off 10 years as opposed to 5, right?
Right.
Is this predicated on 4 towns doing it, 2 towns, 3 towns?
It doesn't matter, that's the cost of the equipment.
Yeah, I didn't know, you're right, it didn't matter. It meant that even if we went to the loan, this would be the cost and we would have it ourselves.
I understand that, but if we pay 135, if you use your number 4,000 every time we use it,
And so figure that to be 20,000 a year.
At least.
$20,000 that we would pay to have rented.
Anytime, it
Okay.
costs $4,000 a day to have somebody come
Right.
in to
Right.
see the pipes.
So that would be for 5 days, right?
Yeah, I think it was something like that.
that's 100,000.
So it would be,
5 times 20 is 100,000.
No, I meant
No.
$4,000 a day.
Yes, okay. Duh.
that would be 6 years.
6 years, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's a hard decision.
We're going to have to talk about this more.
Yes, right. Okay, good question, Mark.
Because, you know, if,
My concern is about the help, it's about the people who run it.
Yeah.
What happens, say you go on vacation, or, you know, I don't know how we're going to provide this service to people
Outside
with our
of here.
DT, but yeah, they don't. If it was just us in South Orange, for example.
Which it might, or just us in Irvington, maybe.
What?
Or just us in Irvington.
Right. Yeah, just us in Irvington.
okay.
Okay?
All right, we'll come back to that. All right, fire. You're saying yes to the breathing apparatus?
Yes.
The camera?
Yes.
What about this radio thing?
I have it there, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Because, you know,
We are behind in this, and if you see.
if we're going to, we don't have any sense of what's happening with the study on joining with South Orange.
Right. But when we were there this morning, and there were 7, 8 fire companies from all over.
Right.
This interoperability thing is really important. How it affected today, I don't know. Did it hinder it? I doubt it, but, you know, in the future, that's the way to go. So I think we could wait a year to find out what the study has to say.
But this is like the third time that he's brought this up.
Right.
And my concern is, when I asked him, I said, and I understand, I didn't ask Chief, but I understand that, of course, he's not going to tell me, oh, yeah, we can put this off 6 years. I know he's not going to say that, but he did say that they are hindered from talking to some departments.
Right.
Because of this.
Yes.
And that's going to be the case if we never merge, or if we do merge, they're going to be hindered. So if we're going to have to do this, it seems we should do it. We have been putting it off and putting it off.
But we don't know. We don't know if we merge, if
Right.
what South Orange has solves our problem.
Well, and we
I don't-
already, they
I didn't
mentioned
get that
that.
impression
Yeah, me either.
that they did.
We don't know that. You didn't know that either.
How about a question mark on that one?
I think we at the very
Need more
question
information.
mark there.
At the very least, we need more information.
Right.
Because if we're going to merge with South Orange, if that happens, we don't want to spend almost $300,000 on something if they already have something.
Or that may be not compatible with what they're having.
But everybody has a radio, so it wouldn't be, even if South Orange everyone has a radio. That would mean the people here don't have a radio. They'll need those eventually, if that's the way we go.
Then I think we need more information.
I think we need more information. I wouldn't put it down
From
to
South
0.
Orange, like what do they have, and do we just get the same thing they have, and does that cost $277, or does that cost less, or?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Got it. Command vehicle. giving them all of the other things that they did, I thought
felt
that
like
that
you
could be
had to-
helped. What?
Felt like you had to say no to one.
Well, I mean, I think that every year they come, there's always a need for a bigger and a better and a.
I wasn't sold on that anyway.
That makes
Uh,
sense.
I want a new
I
car
think
too,
we
but-
showed him an
Ford
alternative
Focus.
in
Yeah.
our meeting. We gave him an alternative.
All right, the garage repairs, computer upgrades you recommend.
Yes.
Can we assume the 7,700 in the grants column for garage repair is a typo? That should be zero?
Yeah.
No, he said it was from FEMA.
Yeah,
All
it says
right.
OSTF.
I don't know if you got it yet, but yes, okay.
All right, well,
FEMA.
well, then if it's 77 and we're getting it through a grant, then shouldn't the far right
Right.
column then be zero?
Yeah, right.
Right.
One has got to be zero.
One's got to be zero.
All right, one's got to be zero. One will be zero.
Okay, so.
Preferably ours.
Absolutely.
Right. I'm going to double check that FEMA, where we are with getting that.
Okay, for police, you have, you're recommending the body camera and the in-camera upgrades, public safety video program upgrade, and the wireless internet access.
Yes. I think we have to do the integration program. I think that's important. The public safety video, I think the cameras out in the streets, in the intersections and places we have has been very helpful. They've helped to solve crimes. They don't solve them in and of themselves, but they give them additional information that allows them to, and I think it's a positive thing. They're getting old, they're very old now, they're over 8 years, and
Well, most of these were, I don't have it in front of me, but weren't most of those new locations?
some of them were, and then there were the replacements of the existing.
But on the body cameras, I'd like to get some more information out of curiosity, at least regarding the protocol for that in terms of are officers required to wear them, leave them on for their whole shift? Or are they at discretion when they turn them on and off? Like for
We can get a
You can find that, but I'm pretty sure.
It's when there's an incident.
Only when there's.
Yeah, it's a push. They have to push when they get out of their car.
When they get out.
Because remember when they were talking about the overtime of downloading this video? So if you have it on for an hour versus a half an hour.
No.
What's the variance of overtime to download the information?
No, some of them have to get out of their car and interact with someone.
Okay, so I'm saying, let's say someone interacts with 10 people
Yes.
over a shift and one person interacts with no one, or one person.
Right.
So then they have more video time than the other. then
Correct.
How does that cost for us from an overtime perspective?
We have to ask.
Yeah.
I thought he said these new ones would be downloading much more quickly.
Wirelessly, yeah.
Well, they would, as soon as they got into the lot of the police station,
start down.
they would be downloaded. What the overtime comes is they have to index it and make notes about the specific things while it's still fresh in their memory, so they have to look at it. So if somebody did an hour's worth of it,
Right.
they can probably press ahead on some of it to they have an interaction that they want to make notes on.
But there's some cost savings because it's downloading as they enter.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Versus them getting out the car and putting in the machine and so forth.
Yeah, except that it's more that they don't forget to do it. It's automatically done for them. So sometimes they forget.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Public Works, you've recommended everything except the dump truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Manning, I just wanted to point out, and this may just be an Excel error or something, but the 131,912, these numbers add up to 145,912, so we're exactly 14,000 too low in terms of that column, so that may just be the feminine hygiene product.
Yes, we added the feminine hygiene products after that, and we probably didn't expand the range for the addition.
Gotcha, okay.
Got it.
So just so you know, we should be 14,000.
Did you do that in your head?
I did.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Because really what I know, I subtracted 166 from 311, it comes to 145, not 131.
Got it.
Okay, so let's,
all right.
I want to put a question mark at the, the dump truck.
Okay.
I know it's a lot of money, but this is what plows our streets. And it's not efficient to have a truck that can't get out there and do that.
But how, I mean,
it's kind of, we're in the blind with how bad are the.
Well, that's what we asked. You asked for that information on the get the
Right, but that was
fleet of
just
5
that.
trucks.
We can go and
Year,
inspect it.
mileage, condition.
Yeah, we can go look at it, actually.
Okay.
You can have,
Yeah,
bring
maybe
it up
we should
here
go.
and,
Not that that would tell me anything.
Yeah.
well, if it has a hole in the floor.
We can go for a ride in it.
Yeah.
I used to drive those.
Okay.
Use a couple of wheelies.
There's, so I put it, I did that.
Building, you,
Yeah, I think they have to go for the software.
yeah, I think
purchase. It's-
Yeah.
it'll improve the operation of it.
Yes.
The library, you cut out the wireless access and the miscellaneous software and hardware.
Yeah, they can find that somewhere. Well, $800, I think, is almost a ridiculous thing to ask for in a capital budget, but.
Wait, what?
He cut out the,
Number 3 and 4.
in the library.
And I gave this to her, she was supportive.
Okay, recreation, you cut out 10,000 and change from the 106 Burnett.
Right.
And painting of the woodland.
And yes. You know, we just painted that room, number one, and the way that it was described was.
I think it was done by a volunteer group, but I think it looks fine.
Yeah, well, we had some weeping, and that's why that does have to be repaired, but, yes.
The clerk's office.
Ordinance, I think it's.
Yeah, we'll do something for her.
We'll
I
do
guess.
something.
Yeah. Municipal court.
It's the Green Paper Initiative, Paperless Court. I think that this is a really good program. They're getting inundated with papers that they have to store. This will allow them to eliminate that. It's just, they have a big storage issue, and recovering things from storage can be cumbersome. This will help.
And
Why you cut $30 from it?
Yeah, it's just getting
rounding,
yeah.
And Mr. Manning, so if the state approves using some of these other funds and we were to get a contribution from South Orange here, that this number could come down substantially?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but so this is, so you're not assuming anything, this is the total cost, right?
Right, just-
Okay.
You're not assuming it's $30 from South Orange and 47.3.
No, that's, no.
Hopefully it's a little.
And if you ever want to have a fascinating conversation, just ask Mr. Bancroft about paperless court, so.
Administration, I was glad to see you cut your own recommendation.
I don't know which,
Just
You
one.
know, I really look at fiber optics, and I think it's really becoming important because of redundancies that we need. We recently had a hack over at Fire Station Number 2, which it was totally taken, all our files were encrypted. It took us several days to get them unencrypted. And some of them are still encrypted, and there's probably nothing, we're gonna have to go search out the paper copies for things. So I thought that if we were all connected, we could have that, but I'm gonna let it go this year, because I just think it's something we could do, but eventually.
Understood.
And we may be going more to the cloud storage, you know, we're just looking into that now, so.
So, based on my quick notes, we're about $122,000 over the number that we picked here of this,
So what percentage is that increase? Aha.
but anyway, we're
We're 22,000 over?
I think,
It's about 3%.
Okay.
I think you need to go and, you're gonna give us a revision of this?
Yes.
We have questions, we need to have more conversation.
Yes.
You also said that you might take out we increased the sanitary sewer improvement from 25 to 50, so that was a 25% increase, but you said you may take that out and put it into operating.
Right.
So you might have something there.
Yeah, we may have something there.
But, the big one was we put another 100,000 in the roadway.
Yeah.
So why don't you come back, and then we can have that conversation of whether we want to shave it some more. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
What was the number we wanted again?
3 million.
3.2.
3.2 million.
We're paying off for 3.2.
Right, but even if we were to, and just to be clear for the record, that even if we were to spend 3.3 or 3.4, we would still be, the new debt would still be substantially less than the debt we're retiring.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So, so we'd still be moving further into the black, so to speak.
Right.
Okay,
And don't forget,
Don't forget to add the 2.5 million in the, you got 285,000 instead of 2.
for the fire
Oh,
department.
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Because we want to show what the requests were.
Got it.
and the 14,000 for the feminine hygiene products.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
All right, next up is
There he is.
tab 18, we have nothing. We got today, right?
What?
Revenue. We're going to do revenue now.
Now he's going to give you an update on the revenue.
Okay.
And loud, right?
On the revenues, we still do not have the final financial statements, which is what we need in order to have firm numbers that can be anticipated in the budget. So we'd rather defer that to the, probably the next,
So you're saying we're not going to talk about it today?
well, we may briefly refer to it, but I don't have any official document that.
You have a good news in terms of.
Yes.
Of capital surplus, right?
Exactly. In terms of capital surplus, we kind of graded a little. We had it at 1.5 preliminarily. So for the moment, it can go between 1.8 and $2 million. So basically, we're going to have about the same level of revenues that we anticipated last year, and that those revenues can be upgraded. I expect so when we finalize the AFS, likely at the end of next week.
Okay.
So my anticipation, my estimate is that we can anticipate surplus between 1.8 and $2 million if necessary.
Okay, that's,
Which would you prefer, 1.8 or $2 million? Let's say.
It all
well,
depends.
just, okay. So we used $2 million in surplus last year.
That's right.
You're saying that we might
Be able
to achieve that again this year?
That is correct.
Okay. Then the other problem is our miscellaneous revenue is down 24%. How are we making that up?
Those are three figures that we have to make up. Last year, we made it up from three different items. One of them was cancellation of appropriation reserves, which is a plan B that we always have on hand. We don't like to do it because that is what ends up as a surplus at the end of the second year. But if we have to do it, we have that possibility. We have over $2 billion in appropriate reserves that we can use for that. And other item that we had was appropriation of cancellation of improvement authorizations funded from the general capital fund, meaning all ordinances that we just finished the project, there were funds left there, that can be anticipated as revenue in the current fund budget. And we also had grants receivable. Those are receivables, grants that the state haven't paid us, but that they're committed, so they can be anticipated as revenue. Those three items still, we have them open because we haven't finalized all of the calculations in terms of, I finalized them, but I need the review of the auditors just to guarantee that they're 100% correct.
Okay, so if we have these, if we are able to achieve the 1.5, 1.6 using these three pots of money that you have, then we still have, we were talking about being 150,000 down in receipt from delinquent taxes. Why is that?
The receipt from delinquent taxes, it's always a catch-22. That's a little bit down compared to last year because our collection rate was slightly better. So the better your collection rate, the lower your delinquent taxes balance, which is good. To some extent, but you just can't anticipate that amount.
All right.
Open to your questions.
Well, I think until we see the numbers, it's going to be hard to.
Exactly. That's my rationale.
But the tax point is roughly $390,000, right?
Now.
I'm sorry?
Tax point, $390,000?
Yes.
388,817.
Oh, I'm not looking at the document, but yes, I'm trying to, yes.
Because the assessment went up, yes.
And that's quite an important factor that you just mentioned, the assessment. Something which is going to be quite beneficial this year in terms of the tax rate is the reassessment of properties. Because the net assets valuation goes up dramatically. That benefits the calculation of the tax rate. The tax rate is basically a balance between the amount to be raised, the net assets valuation, and the reserve for collected taxes.
Right, but that's only if you're comparing tax rate to tax rate. You can't do that in a reassessment year.
Right, but
Because you're comparing apples to oranges.
no, for the makeup of the tax rate, I'm thinking of on the final tax rate when you adopt the budget.
Still doesn't work.
It helps us that our value went up.
No, it helps a lot that our value went up,
That's what he said.
but what you have, when we have to weigh this year is the net valuation, I'm sorry,
The net assets valuation.
right, the amount to be raised by taxation from last year versus this year.
That's the comparison.
Right now, it's at 15%, based on the sheet you gave us today. So we got a lot to come down.
What sheet? What sheet do you have?
Right here, this one right here.
Oh, was that yesterday? Yeah, okay, got
Okay,
it.
so yesterday's, right here. Amount to be raised by taxation last year was 28.5, this year's 32.8.
Yes, I'm going to take a look at that sheet because I haven't seen it. But there's an increase, of course, in the budget compared to last year. And it's a decrease.
When you're,
I don't remember. I don't remember what it was.
Look at the tax rate, you're looking at the overall tax rate.
Amount to be raised.
Total budget is here.
Amount to be raised.
Forget that dump truck, no dump truck.
who'll be driving the dump truck?
Yeah.
Percent. Yeah, so what was your question? Again, sorry.
The amount to be raised by taxation this year, you have 32.779.
You don't see the formulas in that spreadsheet. The amount to be raised by taxation is pegged to the revenues that we are anticipating, and since there's a serious amount of revenue still missing.
I understand that, but I just want you to understand there's a significant amount that has to come down based on this, what we have in front of us.
Yes,
Plug
definitely,
the numbers in and see what it is.
definitely yes.
Are you saying that the revenue has not been taken out of this yet?
But all of the revenues haven't been provided.
Put into it.
I mean,
Put into
have
it.
not been put into
Yes.
this?
Put into it.
We're waiting for the annual financial statement, which our auditors are doing now, and looking through the, what do you call it, the capital ordinances for ordinances that can be,
Cancelled and reappropriated in the confirmed budget.
there's
But
still
that's
some.
not going to be like, that's not going to represent 13%, right?
Yeah, we don't know.
It may represent that.
13%?
It may represent that, the amount of revenues that we're gonna make up.
Okay?
Just ease the anxiety until we get those final revenues. We're gonna get to the level of revenues that we need, and I am conservative in terms of making estimations before I have all of the financials. But I can tell you that we can expect the budget within the same lines of last year, or who knows if even better. Even though we had an increase in the amount of appropriation, which is of course noticeable.
Now,
So if we had, if you have $28.5 million that we got last year, what's 2% of $28.5 million? You're doing it over there, Sonny?
20 times 0.2.
what is the,
It's about $570,000.
Right. And we're at 4.3, so we have to find $3.8 million.
so, okay. I mean, give us a chance.
We'll find them.
You got, you want to use it?
We'll do it. We
Okay.
have to, the bottom line is, we have to do whatever it is to take to get it there.
That's the number we have to get to.
Okay?
I think Mr. Manning.
We'll find those revenues.
Find the revenue.
We need to introduce the budget on a timely
Quarterly
basis.
cuts.
Balance
Yes,
basis.
that's what we have to do.
Right.
Cuts.
I don't think we need to go look at the dump truck anymore.
Oh,
Okay, we're good with that.
Mayor likes that dump
Dump
truck.
truck is only $5,000. Cameras, $8,000.
Get those cameras
okay.
too.
The capital is
No,
not
but the capital
all
only
that.
5%.
Exactly.
Capital doesn't.
The capital really doesn't affect the budget that much.
And if it does make you feel better, we are way ahead of the game when it comes to the majority of municipalities at this point in time.
No, listen.
We made it to this far in the budget. This is a huge
I
accomplishment.
just want us to all be on the same page, because we're not. We're not. You guys are talking about the increase in the tax rate from last year to this year. In an assessment year, it does not matter. What matters is the total taxable that we got last year, raised taxable, and the total taxes we're raising this year. Because that's what comes out of people's pocket.
Because
I
it's
see
not
your
like we're
point.
adding a substantial number of new taxpayers.
Right.
I see your point.
Yeah,
So your
but
point-
also the bottom line is, we can't go over 2% of the tax levy increase.
Correct.
That's it.
You know, there's something which is quite important. The net assets valuation is the most important figure in the calculation of the tax rate. If it goes down, it means that we have to make it up via taxation to homeowners and taxpayers. When the net assets valuation goes up, happens the opposite. That is one of those little things.
I don't buy it.
That is true, that's real.
Let's look at those revenues. Okay, we have public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the township committee?
Might as well say something.
Yes.
Yes, you should.
Please grab one of these broken microphones. You've only been here for 16 hours.
Ms. Lauderdale?
Name and address, please give your name and address.
Dean Dappis, I reside at 12 Maple Terrace, and I have to say, after attending both sessions of the budget hearings, incredibly illuminating. I wish there were more people here to see how their town works, to learn how all the departments work together and what they do. Hopefully they're watching us at home, maybe one or two at least. I want to thank you all for your very thoughtful and thorough consideration of every department, their needs, their requests, all towards sustaining the great level of service that all of us in Maplewood have become accustomed to. So, and I want to end with a question. So where do we go from here? What is the process? We have Mr. Manning's recommendations on the capital side. We have an idea of our revenue. We have follow-up questions. How do we get to the budget, which I think is in June is when the final budget is determined. Is that right?
Yeah, we have to introduce in April.
No, we have to introduce it in March.
March, the end of March, second meeting in March, right?
March 19th.
Yeah. So we're going to introduce March 19th. We're going to discuss some issues Tuesday night around the police requests, which we haven't even factored in yet, the captain request.
I'm not sure.
The personnel
I think our spreadsheet has the already included.
All right, we're going to need to know that.
Yeah. Right? It does.
The personnel?
For the police department. It has that, all the things in the spreadsheet.
Okay. So we're going to talk about that, and then we're going to have another meeting and talk about the capital. So we're going to use our township committee meetings, portions of our township committee meetings to fine tune this. And when we get the revenue numbers that Mr. Uribe is going to pull out of a hat.
And there's some finance committee meetings, and there are personnel issues that will be done in closed session.
Right, and all the merit increases will be done in consultation, Mr. Manning will do it in consultation with the township committee. All the new increases will be discussed all the new positions will be, and the upgrades from part to full will be discussed by us at a township committee meeting. Great. Terrific, thank you. Thank you. Before we leave, I got a text from the chief of fire who said that the firefighter was treated and released from the hospital, went home with bruised hip and elbow from his fall. So he's home, he's okay. So with that, can we get a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to move to adjourn.
Second. All in favor? Aye. We'll see you on the 7th. Thank you, Maplewood.